This video is brought to you by the EA Creator Network. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. So today I'm here with my sim self, which you guys know the drill. It means we're doing a long play, and I'm so excited for today's long play because based on my Sims aesthetic right now, we're going to be doing a summer camp, but not just any summer camp. We're going to go for the Summerween thriller spooky vibes with a little bit of a mystery twist. So yeah, one of you left this comment and I'm really excited to build it. Thank you so much for the comment. It was genius and it has unlocked something within me that I didn't know was there. And yeah, so if this sounds like something you're interested in watching, then make sure you grab yourself a drink, a snack, a blanket, get comfy, and let's get into it. Alright, so this is the world that I have chosen to build in today. It is, or the lot I suppose. This is the world of Windenburg. This is a 64 by 64 lot on the island that comes with Windenburg. You can see there's like castle ruins around it and stuff. I really would have preferred if it was a bit flatter to the ground. However, where I was thinking of building in Copperdale, because I feel like Copperdale really suits a summer camp, the lot wasn't quite big enough, so I had to come here. I think this will still work though, because we have the lake in the background and we have the trees, and so it feels very good for a summer camp. We'll just have to ignore the fact that it's on a giant cliff. But like I have mentioned, I did plan this out a little bit. I haven't done the full build or anything, but I have a general sense of the layout and the buildings I want to include, so I'm kind of looking at that for reference. But in terms of one specific reference photo, I don't really have one. Like, there's not one specific one I found on Pinterest or anything like that. I'm just kind of going from my old noggin, because I did in fact used to go to a bunch of summer camps, like sleepaway camps and whatnot, and so I feel I have a pretty good, I guess, gut instinct on how this build should feel and how it should look. So we're just gonna go from my brain and see how it works. I do have like a Pinterest board of inspiration, more of like moods, so I will go ahead and include that on or in the description if you guys are curious. But in terms of like layout and all of that, I'm just going off of memory basically. I'm not making it look like the summer camp I used to attend, more just those vibes, and using that summer camp as kind of a reference for the things I need to include in this summer camp. Now, in terms of this being functional, it will be functional. I'm just not sure the best type of lot type to make it, because I think we could do like a residential rental, and then you could like pick and choose who you want to be, I guess, in your cabin or whatnot, and then all the other cabins could be filled up with like random sims. But I'm not sure. Or you could do maybe like a vacation rental and your sims could like actually come away on vacation here. It's really kind of up to you guys. I think for me, I'm just gonna leave it as a basic residential. Should it be a haunted house residential? But like I mentioned in the intro, this was a recommended comment / suggestion, and they said to either do like remnants or clues of a ghost or of a not so nice person coming after people, if you know what I mean. I don't want to like get the video taken down or anything, but basically a very bad person who wants to do bad things. You can probably see it on the comment that I will have put in the intro, or I will have the comment up now or something if I can remember. But based on that, I kind of wanted to add some lot traits. So I was thinking of going cursed because it says lots of things seem to go wrong here. And then we could also do, I was thinking spooky because it could feel a little bit haunted. I'm not sure if I want it to be like the threat is a real person, or if it's, I don't know if you guys have ever played or seen the video game The Quarry. It's basically like this kind of vibe. It takes place at like a summer camp, but all the kids have left. It's just like the counselors, and then things go wrong because there's spooky things in the woods. And I can't remember if it was like a person or, you know, something else in that game that was doing the bad things. But yeah, I'm thinking we can channel some of those vibes for this summer camp here. But essentially I want to have it's going to be 3 cabins here. Then we're going to have the giant washroom. Then I'll have a fire pit over here. The I guess the entrance desk and like service area will be here, and then the people who run the camp will be, or the owners of the camp will have a little room off of that cabin, and then we'll have the main dining hall, rec hall, all of that over here. And then I think because I want to include some sort of dock area, I'm gonna have a big pond over here with a little watershed and a dock with some debug boats. Basically, we're gonna pretend that that pond actually is the lake, but since I don't have like a lake lot to use, we're just gonna make do. But basically with this idea, when I was trying to find a good world for us to build in, I was thinking of how cool it would be if we had a lake type forest world that had those same water lots the way that Island Living does, because Island Living's pretty unique in that sense, where it has these lots where there's basically land and water and you can build in the water. And I think that would be so cool, but in a world kind of like this where it's more like pine trees and whatnot. Basically, I'm thinking of like, I don't have Outdoor Retreat, but I'm thinking of Granite Falls, which is the world that comes with that pack. Like, think that, but with lake lots or water lots. I think that would be so fun and would have been perfect for this build. But since that's not a thing, we will just have to make do with what we have. I do maybe need to come in and count some of these things, because I do have an image here to kind of help me figure out the exact spacing that I had, because some of these are looking maybe a little bit large. Oh yeah, this was going to be one that kind of goes a long ways, and then we were going to come down and there's going to be the fire pit there, and this is just supposed to be the little check-in center. It's not supposed to be anything too big, something like that. And I think, should this be one longer, or is that, you know, it's probably okay actually. I am gonna move it a little bit back though, so that we can have a bit more space for the entranceway here. Also, I'm building with the evening time because I think it kind of suits the vibe a little bit. I could do, like, morning doesn't really face the things, and then I could do afternoon, but it just feels a bit harsh, so I'm gonna stick with the evening because it feels very summer camp lighting to me. So we're gonna go with that. I think this is like roughly the spacing I had. Let me go down onto this floor and evaluate. I think these were maybe a little bit farther apart. I mean, it doesn't have to be tile for tile, but I did quite like the spacing I had, so I'm gonna try and make it fairly similar, but if it's not a one-to-one replica, that is a-okay for me. And then we put the pond over here. I say we, but it's just me building, but it feels like a collaborative effort because you guys are watching and that motivates me, you know? So we're gonna kind of create some sort of lake shape. Like maybe even, I'm not sure how deep I want it to be. I can do it like that, and then we'll just take the water tool and let's just think of what level to go up to. Maybe this. That feels one too high. Can I do like a middle? Okay, I think that's good. And then we'll put some landscaping around it to make it feel a little bit more natural or blended with the area. And then from here I had a little boathouse situation, or I'm calling it a watershed because it's not really big enough to be a boathouse. And that's basically just, if you guys haven't been to a summer camp, I'll just, like, as we go through and work on these buildings, I'll explain the purpose of each one just so you can kind of get an understanding. But I'm calling this more of a watershed because it doesn't really store the boats. It just has like the life jackets and the paddles and what other things that you need for water activities. It's just like a really small building, because the camp I went to didn't have a boathouse. Well, I've been to one that had a boathouse, but for this one, just the size of the lot, I think a watershed will work better. And then I also want to try and make a dock with multiple levels because I don't necessarily want these to be the same height. Just want to make sure they line up though. And then the iffy thing about doing stuff on a diagonal is that your stairs can't be on a diagonal, so the the foundation or the deck kind of has to be on a angle, which might look a little weird, but might also make it a little bit charming because it might feel a bit older, I guess, because I'm not going for like a new style of summer camp. This is going to be very, very woodsy cabin rundown. Like it's been here for a while. I'm thinking this is maybe, I mean, I guess it could be active in any time, but I'm kind of thinking of like those 80s sort of summer camps. Or if you guys have ever seen Dirty Dancing, kind of like that. Or I'm trying to think of other examples of like this kind of aesthetic in case you're not familiar with it. I'm trying to decide if I like this dock situation that I have going here. I want to fix that portion. Yeah, I think it might have to be a little bit longer though. I mean, we can, I guess, mess with this after. I just was trying to get a better sense of the placement, so honestly I probably shouldn't get too hyper fixated on this specific area just yet. I'm gonna raise it up so it's not in the water though. Yeah, just like that. We'll figure the rest of it out afterwards. Let's just keep it there for spacing. And then yeah, so these three were going to be the cabins. This was going to be the communal bathroom, because from the summer camps I've gone to, you don't have bathrooms in your actual cabin because they're basically just wooden shacks. So you have this, there's this one big communal bathroom with the showers and the toilets and everything. And so that's what I'm going to go for. And for the shells, they're not going to be anything too crazy. They're going to be very simple, because once again, that's just kind of how summer camps are. You don't spend much time in your cabin except to sleep, so it makes sense that they don't put too much time into those ones. I think I could maybe even bring this back further. I'm gonna try and get a sense of the spacing. It's a little hard to see how big this was in my original image, so I'm gonna put in the placeholder furniture to get a better sense. So I had 3 stalls. They were going this way, and then I believe I had 3 bath or shower stalls as well, like this. 2, 3. Okay, so we can shrink it like that. All of these are in a line, and then this one isn't quite. I'm not sure if I want it to be though, because then I feel it could be a little bit boring. I almost want these ones to come forward more and this to be tucked in the back, because that to me feels realistic. Because you wouldn't really want the bathroom shed to be on display. I guess because of that, we could maybe even bring it in one here and then bring the deck in a little bit just to push it back even more. I'm going to try my best to keep all the trees on the lot though, so that if you download this lot, you will have all of the landscaping. I don't want to use the tool mod to have anything go outside of this white border, just for that sake. I think that's looking good though. I might even bring this down and over a little bit. Like that. Then maybe I could move this over a bit so that it's on the lot a little bit better. And I want them to all be various heights of platforms because it's on a hill, so I'm imagining some of the parts are a little bit uneven. I could maybe even raise up the terrain over here a little bit, and then maybe we can, oh, that is not the right height, and then maybe we can smooth it out a little bit. Oops. I want to flatten it to this terrain. I might be using too big of a brush, so let's shrink that a little bit. And we will also, I need a bit of a bigger area for this fire pit for what I want to do, so I'm gonna carve, oops, I'm gonna carve this out a little bit, and then we can smooth it over here. And we'll flatten it a little bit here, smooth it. I think I was okay with this being on a bit of a hill, but maybe not the exact same hill height as the rest of it. Also, I'll probably be saving pretty frequently in this video. I'm not sure if I'll be able to cut it out every time, but my computer has been so glitchy as of late. It's been crashing a lot. I haven't been able to open the Sims some of the time, so I'm actually just going to save it now. And that's basically why it took me so long to get my last video out. Well, assuming this is the video following that one. It might not be, but I have ordered a new PC, and it's supposed to come in the first bit of June, so I do have a bit of a ways to wait because I guess we're halfway through May right now as I'm recording this. But I really wish it would come faster, but it's because I did a custom build, so it has to take a little bit longer because it's custom built for me, which is very exciting as well. And hopefully that solves a bit of my issues that I've been having, because this computer I have is just really old. Like, it doesn't even run half of the things it used to be able to run. So it was about time for an upgrade, and I'm just patiently waiting to have that again. I'm trying to find a good bonfire pit. I think we'll do this one. It looks a little bit plain right now, but don't worry, we're gonna add the details and whatnot. I think I'll add the pathing now as a sort of reference, and then we can delete it and make it more accurate after. But I'm going to use this one. This is the pine duff. It looks like pine needles on dirt, and that's exactly what we want for this kind of vibe. So I was thinking we could have a little center thing here, and then we'll shrink it and we'll maybe carve out a little bit in the center. And then from here we can have the paths kind of branch off to each area. I think the stairs will have to be on the side there. So we can go here, here, and then we can have one that comes down to the fire pit. And then we'll have one main one that comes down to the entranceway, which will be here. And then I believe the check-in desk will maybe be about, I think the entrance will be there. And then we can have a staircase here. This whole part might just be dirt. And then we can have a smaller path that leads down to the watershed. So I think that's going to be our general sense of the pathing and whatnot, and we'll kind of work the landscaping around that pathway. But I think that can be a pretty good guide for now. The back of the lot, just based on space and whatnot, is going to be a little bit weird with the terrain, but I'll try to cover it up with some plants and things just to make it look a little less blunt and harsh. And also, I'm building with the lot facing this way because that's where the lighting hits the best. But I think before I put it on the gallery, I might rotate it so that it faces this way, because this is actually the front of the lot and would make a lot more sense, especially for what I plan to do for the entrance, because I'm going to put a school bus here and there's not exactly a path for a school bus to get over here. Now, is there a path for the school bus to get up this island at all? I'm not sure. We can pretend that it can drive up this hill and then come here. And then you take a boat from the island to here. I almost think I want to bulldoze these houses off the island too, just for the full like lonely camp aesthetic. But I don't know, it's not that important because you only download this one lot. Okay, I think that I like the placement of all of the houses. I'm not sure I want to change anything. I might bring this in just a little bit on this side, because I don't want it to be too close to the pond situation that we have. And I'll bring it out just like one here. What I want to use for the entry is this archway that we got from Horse Ranch that you actually use for your ranch or your farm, and you can even like set the name of it, which I think would work perfect for this kind of build because we can name our summer camp. Okay, I don't know why it took me so long to find the sculptures, but if you guys have any recommendations or suggestions on what we should call this camp, make sure you leave it down below, because I'm not sure if I want to be the only one to name it. I'd like to have your guys' input. So maybe before I put it on the gallery, we can settle on a name for this summer camp. I'm going to filter by pack so that I can find what I'm looking for a bit easier. Oh, there is ones like these and whatnot, but this is a debug thing. Or there's this one, but neither of those are exactly what I'm looking for. That's also the debug version. These are the ones I want. I'm gonna get rid of those. There's this one, and then there's this one. So basically, you can see when I hover, it comes with an original name, but if I were to go into live mode, I could change the name of this, and then you can like hover over it and see the name of the summer camp you're walking into. So there's a couple of different swatch variations. I'm thinking just based on the style, this one's going to be the best. That looks a bit more summer camp to me rather than farm. So we'll go with this, and then I want to have it on a diagonal here, and I'll have the bus parked over here. At least I think it should be a bus. I don't know, should it be a truck instead? Should there be like a couple of cars or something? I should either have like a parking lot here, because maybe the like a camp counselor and like the camp owners have their cars here. But I kind of like the idea of a school bus because I think it could transport a lot more stuff in one trip, and also I'd imagine if things were going wrong and they were trying to escape, like a school bus isn't the best vehicle, because I feel like none of them would know how to drive a school bus, and therefore making them more stranded and making this even creepier. So I think we will stick with the school bus. Yeah, I'm not sold on that layout, but like I said, we can figure that out later. I just want a general sense right now. I think I'm going to move this up even more because I want the pathway and entranceway to be right here for this building, and I don't want to cut it off with this, unless it makes more sense to go in and register before you walk through the gate. That's interesting. But I think I'll put it here because I imagine if I put it too close, the roofing's gonna clip and whatnot, which I don't really want. And also, I need to change this water swatch right now because it's really bugging me with how clean it looks, so I'm gonna switch it to that so it's a bit more murky. All in all, I think that's a pretty good setup for what I have right now. There's just one last bit that I wanted to add for the campfire. So my camp had this little stage that the counselors would go up and like sing the songs and do little performances for us while we had the campfire. So I'm going to try and mimic that sort of stage. For me, or my summer camp, it was more walled in, but I really like the idea of being able to sit here and have that as your view because that's gorgeous. So I don't think I'll add in the wall. I'll just add in a little roof in case it were to rain or something. And then in terms of the seating, I was thinking of doing more of this elevated bench situation. Let me just mess around with it, and then we will see if I like it or just want to opt for maybe some logs instead. And I'm gonna trace behind this one. Now because these are going to be like one tile sections, I'm not exactly sure that I'll be able to stick chairs on it, which is why I'm a little bit unsure if I want to do it this way, but basically then we'll take this, raise this first one up by 1 platform, we'll raise this one up by 2, and then if we delete these walls and the roof, you can see that we're left with these little platform areas. And I could bring in the stage by 1 and then put the summer camp here. The fire pit here. And then we have a little stage area. I think that's pretty cute. I could maybe add even some more on this side for your Sims to sit. Or I wonder if maybe these need to be connected. I kind of like them separated though, because it looks like the benches you would sit on and then your legs would hang over this part here. So we'll leave it like that for now, and then we can always come back to it. They might even be a little bit wider than I wanted, but you'll see. And I think if I want to add platform paint, I don't have the option to do the stilt one like you do with platforms, but if I put these on platforms, I will need stair. Okay, I'm trying to think if I need this to be functional or not. I'm gonna, because your Sims can stand around it, right? I'm gonna go with it doesn't need to be functional, but we'll leave it for now and come back to it because I want to start kind of finalizing the building situation. I'd like to make this smaller by 1 tile and then maybe drag this area out like that. Or actually maybe I'll keep this room pretty small, and then over here we will have a kitchen and I guess a couple more bathrooms, and then the dining hall will be in here. It's just going to be some small bathrooms. The main ones where your Sims can shower and whatnot will be over here, but because this lot is so big, I think it's good to have bathrooms on either ends of it. And then we'll put a bit of a porch here, and then we can put that on top as well. I'm basing this building off of the camp I went to as well, and we'll have an entrance on the top floor with stairs on the outside. I wonder if it should wrap or not. Maybe like this. And then this can go on a platform. And we can have more stairs over here. And this will be our entrance to the dining hall. I might actually bring that in. Well, if I bring it in like that, then I can't have as big of a balcony area. Which maybe is okay. I'm not sure. I'll leave it like that for now. And I think I want to start working on these buildings over here. I could do landscaping first, but I feel like if I do the landscaping, I'm gonna miss adding in a bunch of windows and whatnot. So I'm gonna try to do the buildings first and then add the landscaping, which I guess is how I usually do my typical builds. Is I'll do the whole exterior and make that look nice on the actual building, and then I'll add in the landscaping. But something about a build like this where the landscaping is so crucial to communicate the vibe that I want, I feel like it's something I should do first. But we're gonna do the buildings first, because it's also really satisfying when you finally do the landscaping and it all comes together. But for now, we'll just start with the roofing. All of these are just going to be one-story rooms. Maybe we could do it like that. And then we could have, maybe this one can have a hipped roof instead for a bit of variation. With maybe the gabled roof coming off of it. honestly, that might even be too detailed for just like a generic cabin. I can't decide if I want it to be centered or off-centered, this little bump out bit. Okay, I don't think the hipped roof is exactly what I want, so I'm going to go back to the gabled option. I think that'll work. And then to help make these feel a bit more interesting, I'm going to have different like roof details, I guess, so that they don't all look the same or look too flat. This one I think I want to rotate so it's flat like this. Or actually, that might be the opposite of what I want. I might want it to be like this, and then we take a half gabled roof and we draw that over the porch to have like a bit of a overhang situation. I think I only want it to be 2 tiles though. Okay, that's also a little bit wide for this roof situation. So we can try it more like this. Maybe I could even bring it up one. It's a little bit tight, but maybe it's okay. And then I guess for just a little bit of extra interest, we'll bring it out just by 1 tile there. Perhaps. I might not keep that. I'm not sold on it. And then over here, the deck situation is going to be a little bit weird because it's on a diagonal. So I can place my stairs on this side or on this side. I guess I could do it like this, and then I'll put my stairs over here perhaps. I'm just going to keep them white, so hopefully I remember to switch it like that. Okay, I believe this is supposed to be about 9 tiles, which it would appear I'm at, I think. But I don't love what I have happening right now. I don't think this is the cutest roof situation, so we're gonna delete it and try again. I think I need no bump out because that doesn't feel realistic to me. We're gonna take the gabled roof and we're gonna put it this way first, and then we'll add a little section that comes out the other way like this. I guess it's still a little bit matchy to this house over here. Or I guess it's not a house, this cabin. But this one will have a porch instead of a bump out. And I could maybe even... Oh, you know what I think I had on this one originally? Is instead of that being what covers the roof, this is just like a little bit of detail. And then we will take the half gabled roof and use that to cover our porch. Like this. A little bit. I'm on the fence on if I like this or not. If I raise this up a bit. Because I honestly think this detailing is almost too detailed for what I'm going for. Now that I have the layout, I might have to switch it up and go look at my inspo board instead of the layout board. Oh, I think part of what I had also is these were dragged all the way out here. Okay, I don't mind it like that, honestly. We can we can try that. I'm gonna try and fix this porch situation now before I forget. It'll be something like that, and then the stairs will come off on this side. Like they can go there. I'm gonna bring it in maybe by one though. It's very awkward to try and get this shape correct. Let's delete that. And then delete that. And I think that's a little long. We'll bring that in. And we'll bring this side in as well. Line. Okay, I think that works for the little bathroom situation. I don't think I need any of these buildings to have a chimney, except for perhaps this main one here. The size of it, I might need to make one larger so that I could add a chimney that's centered, but maybe I just lean into the off-centered vibes, and we'll just do one here. Oh, or I can maybe even put it on this side. Maybe it's just a really big chimney. Okay, I might try that instead so there's a bit more interest at the entrance of the build. Oh, did I just... Oh, I completely deleted the room above. Oops. Like that. Okay. And then we need the roofing on these other buildings before I proceed. This one, I think this needs a gabled roof that goes the long way. Something like this. Not as low as the cabins, but a little bit lower. And then maybe a half gabled roof for over the balcony porch area. It could maybe work. And then for a bit of variation, I might make this one a half-hipped roof that connects into a gabled roof. And then I think I want it to have the point facing the door. Like this, and we'll drag that in so that it connects, and bring down these adjusters. I think I might lower it as well. A lower pitch roof seems a lot more summer camp to me. I just have to play around a bit to make sure it's a seamless connection. I think that works. I could maybe add a chimney on this side because maybe sometimes they stay here year round and they need like a fire. But oops. But I might delete this. We'll see. We will see. Okay. Alright, so that leaves the last roof for the watershed. This one can honestly just be another gabled roof. I'm thinking I can make it less repetitive with maybe the swatches I use, but also repetition is kind of the aesthetic of a summer camp. Like a lot of the stuff looks the same in terms of the cabins, and then the main buildings are usually a little bit different, but I think it's good if all of these look a little bit similar. I'm gonna shift this over to the left side, And then I'll have the stairs on the right side so that all the stairs feel like they're in the same area and nothing feels too disconnected from its companion buildings. So we can do it like this, and then we will have the stairs go here. And I don't want to put the stairs on either side of this because I think it'll be too matchy-matchy with that. Maybe I'll make it even longer. I could do just one set of stairs on this side, but I don't love that. Instead, I'm gonna do this, and I'll bring it out one here. And then I guess I can make the stairs centered here. Maybe that'll change because I feel like if this has centered stairs, it feels like too much of an important building, especially with the roof I have. So maybe I will go for something off-centered instead, like that. And this little check-in building, I think will maybe be on a 2-tile platform. I don't want anything too crazy. Instead of doing a typical roofing piece for over this entranceway porch, I might use an awning instead, just for a bit of a different texture or new look, or a way to emphasize that this is one of the more important sections. Oh, I could maybe use this one from Businesses and Hobbies with the twinkly lights. That feels summer camp-y to me. Or maybe I just use one of these generic ones and add string lights of my own. I'll leave this for now because we can always come back and change it. I'll just make this pretty small and add stairs on the front here. And I'm going to put a little porch on the side as well so that the Sims who live in this building don't have to go through the main area to get into their house. Why won't it let me add the stairs here? Okay, that was weird. We can do it like that. And then maybe, or I could maybe even add it onto the backside instead so that their entrance can be even more private. And then maybe I will add more trees in front of this section so that they have more of a secluded residence area, even though it's right at the entryway and by all the hustle and bustle of the main house over here. So I think that could work, and it also helps make the build a little less repetitive, because if I have stairs and a porch facing the exact same way from the front, it's a little bit boring, at least to me. Okay, I'm really liking the layout and the shell of everything, so I kind of want to go ahead and start adding in the swatches to all of these cabins. Also, because I'm not using any one specific reference photo, it won't be the same one up in the corner all the time, but depending on the area I'm working on, I think I'd like to have at least one reference photo so you can kind of understand the vibe, even if it's not a direct replica of what I'm creating. But I think it'd be helpful for maybe those of you who haven't gone to summer camp, or those of you who have and just want a refresher. But the main kind of color scheme that I want to go for and that I'm seeing is dark brown and green, which makes sense because it's in a very woodsy area. So in terms of dark brown paneling, we have this one from Horse Ranch. I'd obviously like to use the more dirty looking version, or alternatively I could use the vertical one, which would be nice, or even this straight up log siding is really good and quite accurate. But if I want to branch out from that, there's this nice paneling from Businesses and Hobbies I could use. There's this one from Cats and Dogs, though that's not quite deep enough for what I'm looking for. Or there's, ooh, this siding from Growing Together is actually quite nice, though it might look a little bit too new. I don't know if I want all the buildings in terms of cabins to have the same siding and then I switch it up for the other ones. this log cabin one I'm really quite liking, but I also don't mind the horizontal plank ones. Or not horizontal, sorry, vertical. Those are vertical planks. I don't know, I feel like there's so many good options for what I want that I'm very torn, which is honestly a nice change, because sometimes I feel like there's never any options for what I want and I feel like I have nothing to go off of. But oh, even this base game one could be quite nice, but it's a bit more on the warm tone and I'd like to stick in a cool color palette for now at least. I'm gonna go ahead and try this log siding for these 3 main ones, and then I guess we'll see if I want to switch it up. For roof paint, I'm unsure. I could go for more of a metal looking roof. Also, the reason all of these are like starred right now is because I had to reset my computer and then reinstall all of the Sims and my packs and whatnot, so that's why everything's kind of says it's new even though I don't actually have new packs. I'm thinking the snowy escape roof is working really well. It's both metal and green and I feel like that's kind of exactly what I need, but I will explore a little bit. This one from For Rent could actually be kind of nice because it's a little bit more worn. This makes me really excited because maybe I can use the worn green swatches from For Rent, which if you guys aren't familiar, even though I talk about it in maybe one too many of my videos, the For Rent expansion pack has some really pretty windows with like really beautiful colorful swatches and whatnot. Let's take this window for example, and perhaps this one. Like, these are really nice and really pretty, but my favorite one is this last hidden gem here where it's green and it has chipped paint. It's so gorgeous, it's realistic, it's worn, it's in my favorite color, it's beautiful, and it has that for basically all of the windows and doors that come with For Rent, but this is the only version with that chipped sort of paint, which really bumps me out because I use this excessively, like way too much. But I can't help myself when I find a window that looks a little bit more realistic, because I feel like we don't have a lot of those in The Sims, at least not with the packs that I currently have. So yeah, I might end up using some of those, even if they're not the exact style. I love them, and it's really hard for me to not use them. But I've also added this roof from Businesses and Hobbies, this roof paint, which is also green but in a bit of a different style. And I think I'd like to have this one look different because it's the bathroom and not a cabin, so it would make sense. So I'm gonna try and oh, I could even use these ones from Seasons as siding. Let me try that maybe on the bathroom. The planks look really large though. I don't know if that's just me, but they seem maybe a bit too big. And I suppose I should also add some roof trim. This green roof trim might be a bit much, so I might switch it to maybe this one instead. This is more of like a blue, green, gray sort of color. It works well with this one, but I'm not loving it on the Businesses and Hobbies one. Maybe I switch that to more of like a brown or a black instead. It just needs to be something a little bit darker because this roof paint is a bit darker and more saturated than the Snowy Escape one. Also, the more I look at it, the more I don't know if I love the paneling I've chosen for this one in particular. Maybe I'll try the Businesses and Hobbies one. I want it in a darker brown though. Yeah, we can try that. I'm not sure I'm sold, but we'll keep it for now and then we'll see how it goes. Also, I think I'm going to work in sections, so I'm going to do all these like cabin areas, and then I'll do this main building, then this one, maybe not in that order, but I'm going to try and focus on like clusters of buildings at a time instead of bouncing all around, because I think it would also make the video a little bit hard to watch if I was moving the screen that often. We have a couple of different options for stilt foundations, which is what all of these are going to be on. At least I think all of them will be on this. But I don't know which one I want to use just yet. A lot of these have like these metal supports at the bottom, but the snowy escape one doesn't, so I'm leaning towards that. And I also like the wood texture that's on this one. And another thing I've just kind of thought of is that the way my camp worked is that it split up like boys and girls. So, you know, there'd be like girl cabins and boy cabins, and they'd be on opposite ends of the campgrounds, I guess. I'm not sure if I want to do that for this camp, mainly because I want it to be all inclusive for, you know, anyone who doesn't identify as that. But just for the sake of decorating, I might lean into more traditional masculine versus feminine styles. Or I do have 3 cabins. Now I know that's still going to be a little bit exclusive, but I could do more of one that's like neutral, more feminine, more masculine, and then maybe I get the best of all worlds. But I wonder about doing the bathroom situation. I could, here's a thought, if I want to go that route, I could divide it like this. And then maybe I can have 3 doors, and then it can be like boy, girl, non-binary situation. Like, let's just imagine, what would be a good door for this? I don't even know. Let's just try these for now. Put something like this. And then also if there's 3 doors, it might read a little bit more like a bathroom. It's less of the vibe I was envisioning, but I think it could work. Because this almost feels too private for like a summer camp. Like, I remember going to summer camp and being so scared to go to the bathroom because there would be like, I don't know, 5 other people in there at a time. And I don't get that same kind of fear with this setup, but maybe that's okay. Yeah, we'll try, I think we'll try that idea. I think that could be fun, and it would allow for various decorating styles. The only other option I would go with maybe is like an all girly pop camp, because I really like decorating for like I guess my style of decoration. I also can't seem to get this last bit of the flooring for some reason. Oh, okay, there we go, I fixed it. So I'm just gonna apply the stilt foundation to all of it. And then I also need to change the stairs to be the ones where they don't have the backs. So I think I could use these island living ones, or there's these seasons ones which have more of like the bolts on the side. I don't think that's quite right. Or that. Or that. I think the season ones are our best option here. Yeah, let's go ahead and use those ones, and perhaps this matching dark brown color. And I'll just go and replace all my stairs with these. If I could just rotate that. What? But I'm trying to replace the stairs. Okay. All right, and then the last set is over here. Okay, cute. I think I'm gonna delete these doors for now because they're not what I want. They were just placeholders, and I don't want to wreck the vibes. In terms of flooring, this horse ranch one could work, or we could do even this base game one maybe. I actually really like that base game one. It's very worn looking, which is exactly what I want. There is maybe the cottage living one. but I don't really see, I think this could work on the inside of the cabin, but for the outside, I don't think there would be as many individual planks. Ooh, I might try this one from Cats and Dogs. It's supposed to be like painted wood, I think, but it works quite well as just these long planks. I don't love these being on a diagonal, so I was thinking of using the vampire wood, but it doesn't quite work for what I want, so I'm not going to use that. I guess the other option is this base game wood could work. Oh, actually I like that a lot better, because if you look at this one, the Cats and Dogs one, it's a lot smoother, whereas the base game one has these little knots in it and you can kind of see the wood grain. So I'm going to go with that instead to add some more texture. Cute. And then I think all of these need a railing. Some of the ones I'm looking at, some of the cabins I'm looking at, the porches are actually a different color from the rest of the cabin. Like they kind of look like newer additions, so I'm almost wondering if I should go that route instead. Let me try making this porch situation a little bit lighter and seeing if I like that. It might be nice for just a bit of contrast. Let me try changing the foundation paint as well. I do kind of like it. I don't know if I do it for the bathroom one because it might stick out a bit too much if I do that, but I could try it on the other cabins and see how I feel about it. Actually, I think I'm gonna try that, because then it kind of, the contrast between those two kind of helps bring your eye to the cabins, whereas this one recedes a bit, which is what I want. Applying my illustration degree to my Sims builds. And then we will add in a fence as well. One of the cabins I'm looking at has this fence that kind of looks like the Cats and Dogs one, so I might experiment with that. Let me see it on this. It's just with the same sort of X situation. It's not quite as detailed as this one, but I also suppose I should try seeing this build in different lightings just to see how well everything matches. These are not direct matches, the fence and the foundation color I'm going for, but it is also The Sims, so I can't ask for too much in the realm of matching wood swatches. A girl can dream, though. We could maybe try this one from Snowy Escape because it matches the foundation paint like, pretty much exactly. And I think it's got just enough detail but also enough simplicity to work as a porch fence, I believe, at least. The staircase might be one too big, so I'm gonna bring it in. I don't mind that. I think that's actually pretty okay. I don't think there's a matching railing for it. I stand corrected, there is. Now, the thing is, with some of these, they don't really... Not all the stairs have railings, so I might pick and choose which ones do. Like this one here where it's only 3 steps, I don't think I'll put a railing for that, but the taller ones I will. I think for this back one, I don't want to use the same type of fence. I think maybe I could do this horse ranch one, could be nice. Or I was thinking of going even more woodsy and using this island living one that looks very handcrafted almost. Ooh, or I could use... I really like the cottage living one, actually. I think perhaps I'll try that. I might even try it on some of the other porches. I like the little bit of like green moss it has, but it's not quite the right color, so I'm gonna stick with the Snowy Escape ones for now, and we will use the cottage living one on this upper portion. The only thing is I don't believe this one has a matching rail So we might have to improvise a little bit. I want a very simple looking fence. I want basically the shape and layout of this fence, but without that lighting and without it being metal. But if we had that in wood, that'd be basically exactly what I want. I could maybe use these safety rails from werewolves instead to kind of match. Could even make them green for a little bit of contrast. If that's the case, I might even use the matching fence from this part instead. I think it's kind of nice to have the green against the brown. Okay, we'll try that. And then it also looks like more of a community building, at least in my eyes, because the metal feels a little less inviting. So we'll go ahead and try that. And I think we can probably start doing some of the windows now for this section. I'm still kind of torn on this roof situation I have for this building. I could try this. I also want to add some support beams to the porches, I think, for the ones with the roof overhang. It could be interesting to try and do some kind of detailing. The only way I can think to describe it would be like a cabin. I was gonna say cabin in the woods. That's not exactly what I meant. A log side mountain cabin, I guess. Oh, but I can't center this. If I use the tool mod I could, but just for demonstration purposes. For example, if we took this and had that little beam there, and then if we took, I don't know, I know these aren't matching materials, but just so you can get an understanding of the shape that I mean, like this little section here, or I think there might be, I believe they're called corbels. I think there might be some of those we could use that could work. But this also isn't, it's not necessary to have this look. But since I am using an even amount of walls or like tiles on this side, I can't center what I want to, so I might have to go and try to do it this way. I'm just experimenting right now, so there's a very high chance that this won't work, but we can try it. So I think I'm gonna take this seasons one, and then if I put it on these opposite walls like this, maybe I'll even put one on the inside and maybe on this side as well. Okay, wait, I think I might be onto something. And then if I delete these walls, and then, oh shoot, one is lower than the other. Okay, like that. And then using the tool mod, if I select all of these and elevate them maybe by 2. Okay, that was a little bit much, so we'll go -1. What if I rotated them? Let's say 180. Oh, okay, so those actually don't rotate, so I can't do that, but I can keep trying to elevate them. Maybe I'll try 0.5. The tool mod is really all about just guessing and figuring out what's gonna work. Let me try seeing them all in a more accurate color swatch. Oops. It's definitely interesting. This just seems like the kind of detailing that I might find on the main building, so I might quickly just replicate this over here so that I can kind of remember what I did, and then we'll see if I want to keep it there or not. Kind of hard when there's all that stuff in the way. Okay, I'm gonna do it like this, and then like this, and then we will delete the wall and add some columns. I could maybe even, because I think the stairs are what was blocking me from being able to do it all the way at the front, I could maybe move those over. Try adding the columns. Wait, can I? Okay, I can add the walls now, so let me actually just bring all that stuff to the front. Oopsies. Why can't I get it to the height that I want it though? It keeps clipping to something, but I'm not entirely sure what. So for now, we will just go for a lower height, and then we'll fix it with the tool mod. But I don't want to get too distracted from what I was just working on, so I think I'll just leave it as this for now. I guess the other way would be to add some more on the other side to make it more symmetrical. I'll delete the walls and put the columns there. Okay, we'll just leave it like that. Or do I keep it here? I'm really actually kind of torn. I think it's nice, but I just think it's too detailed and like mountain cabin for what I want. So I am gonna get rid of that. And I'm gonna fix this roof. Alright, in terms of the support beams I want to use, I could use those horse wrench ones I just had, or I could use these rounder ones. Or there's even these ones from Werewolves, which are nice. I'm just not sure if they should match the deck or the rest of the building. Using the stone, it's a nice transition, but it's not the right vibe. I think for now I will try these beams. I just need like maybe that many, I guess. And oh, I could add supports in like this. This is from Horse Ranch again. Maybe so the beams don't stick out as much, I'll go with the matching wood swatch. I can do something like that. We'll see once again if I feel this is too much detail. If I add it to the other cabins, it might not be so bad because it won't necessarily stick out like that, but they don't really have the same sort of porch situation, so it almost doesn't make sense. But I do think I like it better like this than the way I had it. Maybe I'll lower it even more. Yeah, that feels better. These might all be slightly different pitches, but maybe that's okay. Okay, so we have the bathroom and then the 3 cabins. I think all of these should be pretty good on space. Like I should be able to fit a decent amount of beds, but technically you can only have, I'm not sure why this is glitching like that. You can only have 8 Sims in your family You can have more than 8 Sims on a lot, but you'll just have to figure out how... Oh, what am I trying to say? I guess the way you'd want to play if you want to have more than 8 Sims on the lot. Like, you could probably make it a residential rental and then have more than 8 Sims on the lot, but you can't control them all. Like, that's kind of what I'm saying. But I don't do enough gameplay to really know the best way. But if any of you are like more interested in the gameplay than you are like building and whatnot, then you can perhaps leave a comment below for people who might want to try playing in this build, like maybe with a suggestion on the best way to go about it, because I fear I do not possess enough knowledge in that area to have a good answer for it. I think that looks pretty dang cute though. I want to go ahead and add in some of the windows. For windows, we have a couple of options. I could go for brown windows, I could go for white windows, or I could go for green windows. Let's take a look at these ones. I fear anything that's like a green window, aside from the for rent ones, might look a little bit too new. But I do love a window like that. I want them to feel still very, very old. Like, I don't want the windows to feel like they were replaced after the cabin was built. I want them to feel like they're a part of the cabin. These base game ones could actually work really well. Maybe I'll have this one green window as like a focal point is maybe the word I'm looking for. And then the rest will be brown. That's too grand. I just wonder if these windows are a little bit short. But maybe that's okay, because I feel like windows in my cabins, they weren't like floor to ceiling, you know, they're very, very small windows. This one's definitely too decorative. Ooh, these ones from Get Together might actually be the perfect fit because they have a pretty thick trim, so it looks a bit more blended into the wallpaper, but I'm struggling to find where they are. So I do like the idea of there being a little window, maybe up there. Okay, these ones are the ones I'm thinking of. Let's compare that to that. Honestly, I'm torn. They're both pretty good options. Maybe I'll put one of these on the bathroom. I think I'm gonna go with the Get Together ones though, because they have a wider selection than the base game ones, I think. And then perhaps I'll use the base game ones elsewhere. What am I looking for? Get Together. This one? Yeah, you can see all the options here. There's even ones with shutters, but I have yet to encounter a cabin with shutters. In the summer camp genre, that is. I also like the more individual windows than the big ones. I'm gonna take a look at it from the inside and see. Okay, I guess we'll do it like that. And maybe we could have 1, 2, 3. I don't think that's even. Okay, that should be even. And then maybe we'll just have 1 on this side. Also, if any of you have been playing The Sims for a long time, specifically building in The Sims for a long time, do you guys remember that dreadful era of The Sims where we couldn't place walls and doors on half tiles, let alone alt place them? because I think about that often, and it haunts me. I don't know how we ever used to do nice builds with that kind of restriction, but at least it is over. In terms of doors, I feel like these screen doors from Island Living could actually be pretty good. Could do those, or maybe this cats and dogs one. Actually, I quite like that. But also, I like the size of that screen door, and I like that it has a screen instead of glass. What if I try that over here? I can't quite rotate those because they have different handles. Honestly, I might just go with the Island Living ones. Oh, there's even a darker version that might suit it better. That's not quite what I want. Neither is that. I don't think I want any big double door grand entrance. They're all a single door type vibe. Yeah, honestly, I'm really liking the Island Living one the best of all of these. I was considering using the For Rent one, but there's only so many times I can use that door. So I need to like give it a break because there is other doors that can suit this build. I do like this cats and dogs one. It's not bad because it blends pretty well into the others, into the wallpaper, but I think ultimately I'm gonna have to pick the Island Living one because I just love the screen. And I can like hear the creakiness of this door, and that is making it all the better. I think I might have to sacrifice this green window. I'm not sure it's gonna work. It's too, like, it's not the right style, so we're gonna have to say goodbye. I'm sad about it. I'm gonna use this wider window on the front here just for a little bit of variation. I don't want it to feel too redundant. I also wonder if maybe I use the even smaller windows. Let me see from the inside. Oops, I just deleted the wall. I kind of like the smaller ones, but I don't know. Maybe the issue... Oh, I keep deleting the wall. Why do I keep doing that? Maybe the issue is the length of them. Because I think these ones might work a little bit better. I'm not sure. I'm torn. Ooh, maybe I'll use the smaller ones on the side where it's more of a public area, and then the bigger ones in the back. I guess that makes sense. Okay, we'll try it. We can always come back and change it. For this front portion, I think I'd like to use these like squished ones a little bit, but I guess they kind of fit awkwardly in the spacing I have unless I like center it like that. Yeah, actually that's not bad. We can try that. And then I will take some of the other windows. I'm gonna go here, and here, and here, and here. These ones are now sitting a lot lower. I don't know if I mind it or not. most of these seem to have windows that are kind of running along the top like this. Yeah, this seems to be more common, but the ones I'm looking at, they don't actually have as many window panes as this. Like, they're quite simple, actually. Do these have built-in lights? Why is that so bright? Definitely not the right color, though, but I guess that's more along the lines of what I'm looking for. Maybe even these snowy escape ones could be good. Is that too many windows, though? What I'm looking at, it like wraps around completely, but I don't know if that's a little bit much for in The Sims, because buildings I find on Pinterest don't always translate the best. What if we... Oh, I deleted the wall again. What if I try these new base game ones? Oh, they don't have any dark wood swatches. You know what? Never mind then. I'll find a different window. And I broke the wall again. I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, what about these base game ones could work? They're just a bit skinnier than the other ones were. But they are wooden, so they do blend in a bit more. I don't think double stacking them's what I want. I don't mind using those ones on the back, but I don't think I would want to use them on the front, because I'm not sure they're quite the look I want. They're the look I want for the inside, but not necessarily the outside, if that makes sense. But I'm gonna keep trying to find some other ones. This one's probably too fancy. I feel like this one could be nice if it didn't have the shutters. But maybe the shutters don't show up too much. Like, maybe it's not too much of a problem. I'd say they look too detailed though for a wooden cabin. I think now I'm starting to look at too many options, that it's going to be even harder to narrow it down, so I think I just need to pick one and stick with it, because I could be here for ages figuring this out, but I don't want to be here for ages. I want to move on to the other fun parts of building. Okay, I need to pick one and move on. I think I will go with these ones for the back, even though I do wish they were slightly bigger. We'll do it like this. I want to actually just see, because I plan on putting bunk beds in here, so I kind of need to see where the windows sit with bunk beds, and then we will go from there. I'm going to try it in all of these. Okay, this one could work. There's a little bit of window for them and for them, which could be nice. This one cuts the window kind of in a very awkward way. I feel like it would need to be like this. See, I was gonna go for bunk beds, but then there's also these nice ones I'm looking at where it's all single beds and they're kind of pushed together around like this, in which case it would make sense to have the windows lower. I guess we could try... Well, this one's a little smaller, so maybe it should have the bunk beds, and then I could do this idea and this one, but it might feel more nooky over here. Okay, let me try this, and we'll see I like it. And then we'll take, I don't know, give me any bed right now, and we'll just use it as a placeholder. Okay, this one's a bit too short on that side to have 2 beds. I think this one might be the same. Okay, none of these have quite the right length I need to do this nook idea that I'm seeing. Okay, I'm not loving these windows for that cabin. They could maybe work for this one, but even still I'm unsure. There's a bit of delay with me deleting things, which I think is why I keep deleting the wall. It's a little bit annoying. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Maybe bunk beds don't work the best, but I guess it just depends on how we lay them out. Like, that could work fine. I'm gonna have these sit a little bit lower. Okay, this cabin will have this style of window, and I think I'm actually gonna apply that to all the cabins, because something about the more slender window is not working for me. Should this one have like a full wall of windows? No, that's too many. Too many for the Sims. So I think I'll actually just bring them closer so they're a bit more centered. What I might actually do is just put one on each end for this here. And I'll space these ones out a bit more. Okay, that works. And then we will do the same thing on this one. My apologies for how long it took me to settle on windows just to use the exact same one for every single build. Okay, that is going to work, I would say. And then we'll figure out the layout after. Okay, so that's good for all of these buildings as like a very generic shape. Let's kind of focus on the bathrooms now and see what we can do for that. If I am going to go for this route, I need to be selective about where I put the windows. I'll put one there and one there, but since there's going to be a shower in this cubby and the toilet in this one, I don't know if I want to put any there, but I don't want this middle bathroom to have 0 windows, so maybe I'll do it like that. We can try that. It might not stay, but that's okay, we will see. And then it'll be a bit like this. And then I want to have these walled off, and I'll either put a door or like an archway with a curtain, which I think should be functional. But if it's not, I think it'd be pretty easy to replace. I do want one that's a little bit taller though than maybe what I'm seeing here. There's this one. This, actually, maybe this one works. It's a bit, oh, this one might be even better. Let me just get a sense of the spacing and whatnot. Showers. I was going to use this standalone shower from Discover University. I could maybe even, if I draw a wall, maybe even bring it down one, but what is that? Oh, if I bring it down one, it gets rid of... Oh wait, no it doesn't. I think something about me redrawing the rooms or something got rid of that. Okay, so I could do it like that where the shower is kind of inset. Is it even? Oh, it didn't actually. What if I... Okay, yeah, if I want it to be one lower, it's gonna have to have no stilt foundation on the back at least, which could maybe be okay. I guess it would make sense though, because you wouldn't really want the plumbing to be visible. The deck can be a stilt foundation though. We'll try it like this, unless I do stone. But I like the wood better. I'm just not sold on the color of the trim there. But if we do it like that, then we could have a shower that's sits a little bit lower in the bathroom. But why does it look like the shower is hovering is my one concern. Well, I guess it's not. Okay, so it could be like that, or, sorry, it's taking me a while to get my thought out, or I could raise it up on a platform and have it work that way to kind of divide it, or I do neither. I think the inset would make more sense because then you don't have water falling everywhere or like flowing over and down. If it's inset, it kind of keeps it in its place. But I could also just have it like this. Or there's these showers from Discover University that I could try. For some reason they are a lot smaller though. Oh, you know why? It's because we're on a diagonal, and when you draw a diagonal, the one tile on a diagonal is slightly bigger than one tile not on a diagonal, so objects are going to be a little bit smaller. But this does feel like a very like community shower kind of situation. But I think just for spacing, because that looks odd, we'll keep it as I have it. And then I was thinking there's this new little clutter item from the kitchen clutter kit that I think could be kind of cute to look like a shower caddy. It's meant to be a cleaning supply caddy, but I might mess around with it being something else, if I can find it, that is. Oh, putting some of these stand-up fences from the new restoration kit is going to be perfect for that. I need to find what I am looking for. I think I'm just in the wrong section. Okay, let's go into Clutter and scroll down. I could have sworn it's in this category. Maybe I'm just not looking far enough yet. Yeah, this one here. So it's meant to be a cleaning caddy, but maybe if you don't look at it too hard, you can imagine it's a shower caddy. Okay, I think I will make it inset for all of them. Do it like that, and then we will put a curtain here. Wait, it just locked or snapped onto somewhere. Oh, yay! That's so cool. Oops, accidentally took a screenshot. Basically, now curtains can slot to an archway. They did not always used to be able to do that. That is very cool and fun. Let me try perhaps, basically one doesn't quite fit the way I need it to. We could try the businesses and hobbies one, which I do like, but the tassel doesn't feel like a bathroom curtain. That one doesn't really fit. Some of these are just too wide for what I need. This Desert Luxe one could possibly work, though it is sheer, which is not exactly what we want for a shower curtain, at least in a public space. Oh, this one could work actually. I kind of like where it sits better if it's not clipped onto the curtain though. Or that's actually not what I meant to say, if it's not clipped onto the archway. Thank you. But something like this will be our bathroom situation. And if that's the case, we just need to go ahead and add the doors. I don't think I'll use the screen doors for the bathroom because it feels slightly invasive. We could try these ones. We could try the ones with the actual like bathroom symbol on it. But I need the universal one as well. There's just a toilet one. Do these, can I get these all to match? Oh, I can actually. Okay, maybe we'll do it like this. Have the here. And then I guess the doors are going to need to be off-centered a bit. And then I will put the sinks. Well, I guess I can actually only have one sink if I lay it out like this. We will put the sinks beside the door. It would make most sense for it to be like this kind of cabinet, at least in my experience. And then we'll just slot in a sink and do it that way. This one looks like it would be automatic, which I think could work. I think all this stuff is going to change, like this is all just placeholder for now, but just as a sense of space, we can try it like this. Oh wait, we could maybe, if I center all the doors, we could actually fit two sinks on either side because the diagonal walls are bigger. That might work perfectly. Okay, that is very nice, very good. Let me think of where to move next. Okay, so since the basics of this area are done, I think we can move on and work on assembling this little area over here. I do still have a bunch of details I want to add here, like porch lights, clutter, things like that, but I think that's something we can do once we have all the basic visual aesthetic sorted for all of the buildings, and then we can work our way back around to detail, and that also gives me a little bit more time to figure out what exactly I want the threat of this camp to be, because I'm still kind of on the fence about that. I was wondering if maybe I should have it be a werewolf issue or maybe a vampire or something. But then I'm also wondering if I make it a little bit more realistic, like perhaps it is a person that's the threat. So I think when this goes up, I'm gonna have it be a two-part video, I believe, so that I'll have the exterior be half of the long play and then the other half will be me doing the interior. But I think by the time I've moved on into the interior, interior, excuse me, I will probably know what exactly I want the threat of this summer camp to be. So I would ask for your input, but I think I'm gonna have to kind of decide this one on my own, sadly. But right now I'm just trying to detail this front part and see if I like that, but I'm kind of unsure. Maybe I think I'm getting into the details too quick. I think I need to, you know, work with the smaller parts of the build first, if that makes sense. So I just need to get like the wallpaper, and then I'll do the windows and whatnot. I put this little one over here because I'm thinking I'd like to use green on this cabin. I also think this part will be stilted, but then I'm wondering about making this little section over here perhaps wood instead, or I could do a stone foundation, but I don't know if that's exactly what I want. Same for this area. This feels like too big of a building to have it be supported by stilts, so I'm gonna try this wood here for now. We could drag that wooden panel from businesses and hobbies over to this building if we wanted it like that, but I was kind of thinking that this building would be white, and I feel like it's maybe a newer-ish addition to the build, or maybe, I don't know, I feel like all of these buildings would have been built at separate times, so I feel like maybe this house was here first, and then the cabins, and then this like restroom area. So I do want there to be a little bit of separation between all of those. I also think I'll switch the lighting to morning for now, just so it's hitting the walls a bit better. But if that is the case of me wanting to do like a white siding, I have to figure out which way I want to go. I'm kind of considering this base game one. This feels like a very realistic siding to me. Or my other option could be this painted one from Horse Ranch. I was wondering about maybe even doing a color. I wish there was a better green. The dark blue is interesting, but I'm not too big of a fan of how like the trim on the bottom kind of cuts this off. So I don't think that's gonna be my favorite option. What if I use this paneling somewhere? I think this one from Growing Together doesn't have the contrast I'm looking for. So I think I'm gonna try this white siding. Oh, you know what I could do? If I'm using this one, I could make this one a bit of a dark green as well. My camera is jumping all over the place. There's two versions of green with this werewolves one. There's this yellowy one and then this blue one. I prefer the yellowish one. I think, what if we did maybe a brick here instead? Or do I just cover this whole wall in this green paint? Or do I have this part be maybe white instead, but with the werewolves white? If that's the case, I could do the werewolf siding on this one too. But maybe the paint isn't as worn on this one. Or I keep this, and then I do the werewolves siding on this one, but I keep the white that doesn't have the brown wood showing through. Things to consider. This will probably just end up being a wood shack. I'm thinking most likely vertical paneling for that. We could try, for example, this Horse Ranch one. Might even make it slightly lighter in color, since it's for like water activities, and when I think of water I think of the beach and I think of sand, and that's the logic I'm getting for this one. So we can try that. I think I might put it up on more of a foundation, but then that's creating quite a steep staircase between these here. dark. I don't even think I can put it the way I was gonna. I could do it like this. Then I don't even need this little bump out there. But I guess the other option is I bring up this foundation, and then perhaps I have a bit more options in terms of how I want to lay out my stairs. Like maybe something like this. I'm not sold on that. I might mess around with this part off camera just because diagonals are really confusing and I think it might take me a really long time. I've also off camera quickly done the wallpaper and the lighting for inside the cabins. I didn't film this because this takes me a really long time, and I showed it in my last long play, but I spent way too much time on the wallpaper in that long play, so I decided to just do it myself here, especially since it would be pretty boring because I was just trying to like variations of this color combo just with different wallpapers. So I opted for the businesses and hobbies flooring because it matches perfectly with this horse ranch wallpaper. I used the one that is not like the dirtier version. Like there's this one and then there's this one. So I opted for this one, and then I just took some horse ranch columns in this swatch which matches perfectly, and I just dotted them around the room to kind of look like this framing that I'm seeing all of these inside cabins have. And yeah, and then in terms of lights, I'm using the ones from the Restoration Workshop kit because I remember having the most jarring overhead lights in the cabin. I might dim this at some point when I add in extra lights because I'd probably like to put a couple of fairy lights and whatnot. And then I'll maybe bring down the brightness of this just so the room isn't so overpowering. But I do remember being woken up by this disgusting overhead light, so I'm going to keep that in. And yeah, but aside from that, that's all I've done off camera. I was considering the thought of putting another little cabin over here as like an arts and crafts cabin, because the art shed was one of my favorite places on camp, but I think it gets a little bit too squishy. So I'm just going to try and, I guess, add that sort of craft cabin area in this main room. But also, craft cabin feels a little too chipper for this kind of, or the tone of build I'm trying to go for here. So we'll I'll think on it and we'll see how it goes. Now, because I'm using more classic siding for this house, I was thinking of using some more standard windows, I suppose, at least on this top floor, and then I think maybe on the bottom floor we could go with some bigger ones, maybe even like this, though I feel like that might stick out a bit. The dining hall I'm looking at right now has windows closer to the ones I used on the cabin in terms of that kind of framing. Like I'd almost say maybe it's almost like this, but this honestly might have too many squares. It might be something more like if we took this one from University. No, too detailed on the inside. I guess, I mean, I could maybe use the get together ones again, but then I fear it might be too repetitive. But it might also be a nice like unifier between all of them. But let me look at this base game one first. It's also kind of tricky because I have a staircase right here, so I can't really put a window there. But I can put them along this side. Let's take a look from the bottom floor. There could be one there. What if I shift it over like that? If I bring it down, it still kind of cuts off the window a little bit. I'm not sure that's optimal. If I bring it down even more, but then this bump out's kind of weird. So that doesn't really work. I don't know, I'm picturing more of like this height. So I think I'll just go with that perhaps. And I'm also still not sold on this detailing here. Maybe because of the color actually. Like I think maybe I still have this brown color scheme, but I'm going for a white color scheme on this building. So maybe it all should just be white instead. I'm not sure. Again, these are the little details that I shouldn't be focusing on right now, but I am regardless. See, then I almost wonder if that looks too coastal. So I'm not too sure about that. I do really like the idea of having big windows on the bottom floor for the dining area. However, I just think with the way I have this front building laid out, it might be a bit awkward for that. I almost wonder if maybe I put the stairs on the opposite side and have them. I don't even know how I would rearrange those, so I'm just gonna take a new set of stairs and try a new way. Something like this. Maybe I'll make them 2 tiles and then wrap it around. I mean, it works, I guess, but I wouldn't consider it my favorite thing. Oops. Okay, I think the way I had them is probably the best I'm gonna get. Also, I ended up using these season stairs, but I don't think I changed them on all the areas. Like right now I'm using these island living ones, which actually I don't mind over there, so maybe I'll keep it. But perhaps for this one I'll switch them back to the season stairs because I like that little side beam that they have. Yeah, but I'm looking at this detailing and I just think it's gonna be a no for me. It's too detailed, basically. So I'll do something like that. This will get rid of. I'm not sure if I want these stairs to be white as well. I wonder if maybe I should use these ones, these old factory stairs from Werewolves. Also, what would happen if I made this a 1-tile staircase and then rotated it? It works, but not the best. I want it to be like this, but I want the stairs to be like fully tucked in like this, but I can't do that because it'll mess with the walls. So I guess this is as close as we can get, but I'm not sure. I don't think this, wow, that is very bright. I'm not sure those stairs are what I want. Okay, let me just try season stairs for all of this and then we'll kind of come back and assess. I need a trim for around here and I also need a fence. Now I'm thinking a very generic fence. Basically the Space Game one here is kind of what I want. But what if I put it in, because that's gray. I was gonna say green, but I'm not seeing a green version of this fence. But I could try this more gray blue sort of color. This Strangerville one is the color I want, but not the style. So I think we'll pass on that one. This green is not the style I want. There's this horse ranch one which has some green. It could truthfully maybe work. I'm gonna try it. I don't know how I feel about the black bars, but we'll keep it for now and see if I want to change it later on. Oh, the other option is this one from Businesses and Hobbies, which isn't bad, but it feels maybe more like a yard fence than a balcony fence. I also might be being a little bit too picky. However, I have a vision and I would like to try my best to get that vision to be met. So I'm going to be picky for now, and then I can maybe get more specific after. Oh, it'd be cute if I use this one with the string lights. I wonder if this fence actually lights up at night. It does. Oh, that's pretty magical. Having this many string lights might be perhaps a bit too whimsical for the creepy vibes that I'm going for, but I feel like string lights are very, very camp. Not camp in the like old style way, camp as in summer camp. So I guess we'll keep that for now because I actually think that's super cute. There isn't a version without them. I might use the white version on the bottom at least and keep the green for the top. So my game is being very slow and laggy right now, and I'm not sure if it's my computer, the fact that I'm uploading right now, or maybe my graphic settings, but I do apologize for the slight little lags that are going on. I wonder, these ones have green windows, but they're not the dark green that I would like. But if I filter by color, maybe I could find some of those dark green windows. Strangerville has some, but in the very gothic Victorian type of style, which is not what this camp is. There's the for rent ones, which, as I mentioned earlier, I am a very big fan of, but they're not exactly the style I'm going for. So I use these small ones. I'm still just not sure those are the best fit. This one has some green in it. I could maybe that one could work. I'll rest it there for now while I peruse my other options. I'm originally, like, I don't tend to use these ones that often because they have these metal bars instead of glass, but I think perhaps in a summer camp style it's okay to not have the glass, at least in this common area, because like no one's sleeping in it. So maybe I honestly could get away with them. There's also these ones. Now these windows are quite large, but they are kind of the perfect green and a little bit of the perfect style. So let me explore this. It might be a little bit awkward with my stairs though, is the only thing. They might look nice from the inside. They definitely do provide light that I would like because they are really big windows. Oh, there's also these ones from For Rent. These are like longer ones, which could work for more of a lit up area of the dining hall. Like, I'd love for it to come along like this, but I don't think that looks too cute. My other option would be to shift the stairs over so that they're not touching that wall there. But then I have this awkward gap that I don't exactly know what to do with. Oh, it looks a bit more normal if I add a trim to this. Or maybe I even move the stairs. I don't know, the stairs are honestly harshing my vibe. I like it like this. I think that's nice. But then I face the issue of not having stairs. Could I put the stairs in here? I could, but then where do I put the door? If I use these ones, could a door fit under that? It could over here. Maybe I have two doors, one on either side. I know these come in a green swatch, but they might be a bit modern. Oh, they're also mirrored. Oh, okay, I can find the glass version, never mind. Yeah, but I don't think that's as rustic as I hope for. What about... This one is green and has that siding. Not siding? No, trim. I could do it like that. I think it's kind of cute. Is it maybe not the right style though? Like I like that the green matches, but I'm not sure that's the style of door for this type of build. I feel like this door could probably just be white. Alternatively, there's this option with that metal grate that closes. There isn't a white version that's worn though. I guess there's the brown version, which could work because we do have all the brown over there. I wonder if that should be this front door instead though. A big metal door like this could work, but maybe not exactly what I want. The brick outline I don't think makes, or brick trim doesn't make much sense on this build. I'd really like these doors without that brick trim for this build specifically. But I am not going to be able to find that, so the search continues. It'd probably be faster to just filter by green again to see what I can find. If there even is a good green door, or if I have to settle for a white one. I also think it'll help a lot when I could use the horse ranch one. It's a little bit wide, but it is definitely the right color scheme and sort of vibe that I want. Also, this one with the gray brick does blend a bit. I had a thought. I think I was gonna say that I might have to just settle for a white door. And if I said that already and that's not the thought I was meaning to say, well then I'm at a loss because I got distracted by the doors. I almost wonder if I should just have it left open. I could do... It's cute like that, but the stairs don't exactly fit. Can't do it like that because it intersects the wall. Okay, if I move the stairs to the outside like that, I mean, it's not my favorite thing in the world, but it does give me a lot more freedom to play around with doors and everything. So maybe I will do that because I like the bottom just being open a little bit. But I could also do this one, or I could do this one. the brick on that is just really throwing me off, so I think I won't use that. I almost want to do this and put the doors on the inside, because then if you look closely, the lock is on the inside, so maybe there could be, like, they all end up hiding in here as like self-defense or something, but then something could break through the window, so it's not even fully safe. Because I have to keep in mind that this is spooky camp, and spooky things are gonna happen here. So if that's the case, I believe I enjoy this. And I can just add a couple of porch lights and stuff. And also, if it's looking a little bit too new, oh, I'm still filtering by green, I'm just gonna add in, again, like all these little scuffs and scrapes onto the wallpaper, so it looks a bit more rugged. And then I have to decide the upper windows. I could have them be green, or I could have them just be these little white ones. If I have such a large amount of windows down here, I'm kind of wondering if I put some white columns to help separate some of the green and maybe make them blend in a bit more, but I'm not sure that's my favorite. I could do these windows in white, but I specifically picked them for the green. But also, if I'm not going to put stairs there, oops, I deleted the wall again. I could try these businesses and hobbies businesses and hobbies windows here. And then I could use these ones on the top, or I could use these more generic looking ones. Okay, I think I'm gonna go the for rent route for the bottom windows, and then just these base game ones on the upper windows. I might use, I deleted the wall again. I might use the base game ones, or I might allow myself to use, I could use these ones, but I was gonna say I might allow myself to use the high school years ones. Oops. Because I think they're the right kind of size I want, but surprisingly, never thought I'd say this, I think I'm leaning towards the base game version of the high school years one. So I'm gonna pick that. And then we can do that, and then we will put some kind of smaller door up top here. I'm thinking maybe a sliding door. There's that one, or Dream Home Decorator has some. I think, yeah, there's a matching base game version to go with these windows, so we'll opt for that instead. And I think that's good for the general layout. I might actually put the door here and the window on the other side of the door. But I think I enjoy that layout for windows and whatnot. I'm gonna keep the sunroom section to just this bottom corner, and then on this side we'll repeat these windows, or I'll at least try it and see how it looks. Yeah, I think this will be kind of the feature wall, and then we can put some on the back here. I think I'll use the longer ones because this is going to be a kitchen, so I don't want the cabinets or counters to clip with the windows. And then these are just going to be bathrooms. I don't think I need to put windows there. And moving on to the top floor, then we'll just repeat these windows. I'm going to try and line them up with the front windows, but is it going to work? Okay, that at least has them even, so we'll leave it like that. And then this will be the back of the build. Alright, I think that works for window placement for this, and then we'll just start adding some other paint swatches like the roof and the chimney and figuring all of that out. Alright, so it's been a day since that last recording. I took a break. I'm now back next day and I've made myself a nice latte. So if you hear the clinking of a straw or like ice or anything, that's what it is. But we're going to come back to this main building here and work on doing the swatches for the roof and whatnot. So I would think I want to go with something green just to help tie these all together. So I could use the snowy escape one, or I could opt for the businesses and hobbies one. But I almost feel that looks too new. Like it's a pretty good color match to this one, but it doesn't have like enough texture to it, I think. It's fine for a small building like that, but for this big one, I think I want it to look a bit more run down, if you will. Like I want these tiles, but not with this shape of tile. Do you know what I mean? Like I want this pattern in this color, or not pattern, this texture in this color, but not the pattern. But I think that's asking for a bit much. I could try maybe just like a gray roof, or what do I have for the werewolves options? I think that's too shambly. Not exactly what I want. Oh, that's an eyesore. Can I go by color in the roof swatches, or does this not apply? Oh, it does. That's nice. Could try this one. That might tie in nicely with this over here. I guess it's a lot more yellow than this, so maybe not. Or there's this one. I'm kind of thinking this snowy escape one might be my best option right now. Or I combine the two to really make it blend. Do I need a green roof trim, or could I go for just white or gray perhaps? What did I use over here? Okay, I did use like the gray blue one, which I guess I could apply again. There's also this one from Businesses and Hobbies that I haven't really used. It's part stone and part wood. Like this gray part is the stone and then there's a wood trim underneath. It's kind of nice actually. I might go with that. But maybe there's this gray swatch. Maybe even this brown swatch could be nice to help tie in some of the colors from over there. We'll keep it and see how that goes, I think. And then for the roof paint here, I could do this, but this to me feels more like a mini house. So I wonder about doing more shingles. What about these? Maybe I actually go for brown roof paint on this one. I could do metal still, but maybe not the same one as the snowy escape one, because then I feel like I should have just used it in the green version, I guess. I don't mind this. It's not brown, but it is a warmer gray. It's a bit purpley, honestly. What if I use the horse ranch one on this? No, I think I want a green roof for this building. I don't mind using shingles for this one, but I think the main one should still have some larger green elements than just the windows. This isn't bad. This is just like the default roof paint, but in a brown swatch, which I don't hate. Or I could do this one maybe. That's too orange. This one might be nice, but I almost think it looks a little too cutesy. Oh, this could maybe work. That reads too red, but I'm actually quite liking these ones here. They're almost like the horse ranch ones, but an in-between color of the two swatches. Well, actually, never mind. It's kind of just like this. I might use the horseradish ones then, because I do really like these tiles, and I'll just keep them in black. But maybe I'll use the green blue roof trim over here instead. I'm not in love with this combo here, like the green with this roof trim, so maybe I change it just on this side. Maybe just like a black, but then that makes me feel like I need to change the roofing as a whole. So maybe I could put, maybe I will do the Snowy Escape one but in black. Then it's kind of like an inverted version of this. I'll try it. I got the windows sorted for this side, or well, for all these sides. I do need to get them sorted for this one. Also need to fix the foundation here. And I need to get this chimney to have some wall paint and whatnot. I could do a brick, or I could do the stone from Horse Ranch, which is quite nice. But I wonder if it should be a dark brown brick. I do have this one. There's this one from Werewolves, which I think has a bit more, I want to say grime or dirt or texture or something, compared to the base game version of it, because there is a base game version. Like this would be the base game one. Yeah, it's like slightly darker, but I think I'll just use the base game one. Also, we're gonna add the little slanty bits to this chimney because it's looking a little bit questionable right now. So the way I do this is I just make a 1x1 tile roof, and then I will drag in all of these mini adjusters on each side. And then I use this top arrow and I kind of raise it up and down to get the angle that I want. And sometimes I will hit Shift C, which gives you more of these circular adjusters to help you get a more specific curve. And I might opt for a curved chimney side bit. But honestly, that's not looking great. I'm gonna try, I think it might actually be better if it's just a straight line. I can do it like that. I do want the version that doesn't have these side bits just for a moment so that I can make it more seamless there. Or should I just do it all around, because the side bits get kind of weird. Okay, we'll go with that. And then for the siding here, I just want any brown wallpaper that's going to kind of match what I have going there. Again, I think Snowy Escape could be quite nice, though it might be like a little bit large. Oh, this might be better actually. It's a bit less saturated, so it feels slightly more fitting for what I'm going for. And then I'll try to find a brown roof trim that matches. And then we're gonna copy and paste this one up here, and I'll probably turn it into a half wall situation, and then we'll find a actual chimney like roof sculpture, and we will use that to polish off the chimney, I guess would be the saying. I'm not sure how tall I want the walls to be. We'll do it like this, and then I have to make sure to delete the roof on this top part because it's casting a weird shadow. And then we'll go into roof sculptures, and I want anyone that's 2 tiles wide. Or I could take like this and kind of slot them together. But I was thinking of the cats and dogs one. This is my tried and true one, especially because it has like a nice matching brown version. So we'll go with that. I think if we're gonna use brick as the base, I won't use a stone foundation. I might just continue with this brown one. Or what about one of these bricks? I'm just not sure these have the exact color option I'm looking for. could maybe try that one. It's interesting. Oh, maybe I even do it with the green accents instead. I don't understand why these triangle bits place like that, but it's kind of bothering me. But I guess I will leave it for now because I don't really have another option. So we'll leave it, and then let's also figure out the windows on this shack. I wonder if I need to go back to the evening lighting. Maybe just for this side. I think these windows will fit pretty perfectly for this house. Just do it like this. Maybe we could have two right beside each other on the back. It'd be nice if they had a big window here, but I want one with a bit more detailing. Maybe we even use this one from Parenthood. I'm not sure how high I want it to sit though. Maybe that takes up too much wall space. I was thinking maybe these seasons ones. Okay, there's not really any good lighting for this building right now. I guess perhaps the morning one, but there's no light that really hits the front of this building. So you're just gonna have to bear with me because it might not be the best right now. And while I scroll for windows, I'm gonna take a sip of my coffee. I'm curious about maybe using these Discover University ones, though perhaps they're not the right vibe. Maybe I'll just stick with the ones I was using just on the side here, because you're not really going to see that back portion of it anyways, because I want to have trees over there. I don't know how many windows I need on this building. I think the less there is, the more accurate it feels, at least for this smaller size of cabin. Then maybe for the door we could use this one from Laundry Day. I want the version that has the blinds though, this one. Though I'm not sure I'm gonna like any of the swatches. I don't mind the white version, but I just really like that it has blinds as the way to cover the glass door, because maybe this wasn't always like a little live-in cabin situation. I'm really excited to decorate this one because it's going to be like a little micro home, and I think that's going to be very cute. And I'm going to switch out the platform paint so it matches on this whole building. Right, and then I'm just going to copy this roof piece over here to help make the chimney on this side. That way you don't have to start from scratch. I might use different wallpapers for this, but I don't think it should be too tall. So I might instead lower this little angled bit here. And then instead of adding a half wall to this one, I'll just delete this center bit and find a one tile chimney to put inside of it. Probably this cottage living one, because I think this one's really cute. I know I said one tile, but it's showing like a 2x2, but it sits in a one tile space, so it works fine for me. And then I might actually, I know I said I wasn't gonna add a half wall, but I think I will, but just a very small one to add the tiniest bit of trim to kind of polish it off, because otherwise it looks a little unfinished in my opinion. I can do it like that. I think I might go for more of a gray brick on this one instead of a brown, just to kind of separate it. Maybe I'll even do stone instead. I was kind of wondering, maybe I use this brick from Vampires because it's got this dirty version, I guess. If we take a look at the, like, that's the grimy version right now, and then that would be the clean version. So I'm gonna stick with the grimy one, obviously. And I'm gonna change up this side paneling here to to maybe be a bit more gray, or maybe I just make it, I might just go with a concrete siding for this one since it comes in gray, and then we will switch the roof trim to gray as well. And the half wall trim should be gray too. We'll just make it all gray. Okay, perfect. I think that's quite cute. And then roofing details I'll do after. I'm still just getting the basic sense of each building. I also need to change the stairs on this side. And for a bit of continuity, I might make the porch over here the same style that I've been using on the cabins. And then, why does it keep selecting wood when I want it to select a fence? Hello. Showing the foundation, planks, columns. Okay, it's literally selecting everything but the fence, so I guess I shall do it manually. It's the snowy escape one that I'm looking for. This one in this swatch. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same flooring as well. Cute. I think that works and helps bring a bit of this area over to here. For the front porch, I think I want it to be more of a brick or stone situation. So I'm going to try these base game brick stairs with some brick flooring. Unless it should be a wooden deck. Let me see. Maybe something like this. I don't like the glitch that's happening with the foundation paints though. That kind of bugs me. But I don't want this white trim on a wooden deck. I think I will do it like that though. I wonder if I put a fence, if that would fix the glitching happening. But it's looking like no. Maybe we could put a column instead. Maybe that would hide it. Nope. I don't think anything's gonna hide it, unfortunately. Unless I just put the whole thing on stilts, but that's not really what I was envisioning for this building. Okay, I might just have to settle with the glitching. I can probably cover it with landscaping or something. I'm also a bit unsure about using this door because there's no light. I could add some windows, but that feels a little bit awkward. Maybe it needs to be off-centered like this. And I can just drag everything over. I wonder if the deck should be as wide as this front portion, and then I could have a little chair on the porch. But we'll just try it like this. Something like this. Then there's only the glitching on that one side, and I should be able to cover that with a plant, so that works out. I might also lower the awning a little bit. I'm not sure if it's too many windows, but we can always delete some as we go on. I might do another one on the side here. Maybe one that's a little bit longer. I gotta think if there's gonna be a bathroom in here, because I'm gonna need to fit preferably a double bed, a kitchen, and a bathroom. But we might have to cut into this area a little bit to extend this. But if there is going to be a bathroom, I might need to switch around the window placement or just the windows in general so that there's a realistic amount of privacy. And then for this deck portion, maybe I will go with white wood, like some white planks. I might use the cats and dogs one because it's meant to be painted wood, and I think that would make sense up here because you wouldn't find natural wood that white. And I'm gonna make sure to do the underdeck as well. And then we'll apply it there too. Okay, cute. As a very simple shell, I think that works. We'll finish up this watershed as well, and then we can proceed. This one might make sense to have the most rundown features. Like I'm already using a bit more of a worn siding. I could even use the mossy roof paint from Werewolves. I don't know if I love this roof though. I might try more of a hipped roof instead because I feel like it might fit the shape a little bit better, but it has to be a diagonal one. Like that, and then maybe I could bring the adjusters out. I just think for this wall height, the adjusters look kind of awkward. Maybe I need to bring it in one more. Because I'm not sure it needs to be that big. I don't prefer the mossy roof paint. We can try something else, maybe this island living one. I think that works as like a roof shed. It'd be fun if it was colored. Maybe that would make a bit more sense. I was thinking blue because water, but maybe we go for the greeny blue to tie it into the rest of the lot. And in terms of roof trim, I don't even know what makes the most sense. That one matches pretty well, so maybe we'll keep it like that. Yeah, I don't know, something about this being adjusted right now, like I want an in-between, because that looks honestly pretty dumb, but this one also is like too large, but maybe it'll be better once I add the little decorations and whatnot. So I guess we'll just leave it. Let me take that stilt foundation and apply it to all of this. I think I'm gonna lower this down one so it rests on more of the grass. Can I bring it down even more? If I did one more, I think it's gonna sit in the grass. Is it kind of a smooth transition? Oh, I guess it is actually. Maybe we'll do it like that instead because I think it makes sense for this to not be on a foundation. Unless it's this little outer portion here. We'll apply that dock situation to this as well. And then we also need stairs for that, for which I shall use the Seasons ones yet again. I'm still not sure I'm sold on this dock shape. Why can't it? It's interesting. But it might be the best we're gonna get. I wonder if I could bring this in one more and have this come out and see if I could connect the stairs there. But I could if I do it like that. And then if I bring this in one, and I'll delete those awkward bump out bits, but that way this portion's a little bit longer without taking up the whole pond itself, even though we're pretending it's a lake and not actually a pond, because canoeing around this one small pond would probably get boring pretty quick. a bit of a hard time with the diagonals and everything, so I decided to just do that off camera because it was gonna take a stupid long time to, you know, figure it out. So I adjusted that, and then I also adjusted the pond a little bit. I made it a lot deeper. I really wish it was, I guess I could use this water actually. I was just gonna say I wish it was a bit murkier so you couldn't really see what's happening underneath. That one could maybe work. It is definitely green and kind of swampy. The original one I had was this one, which I do like, but I also wonder if it should be the green instead. I'm not really sure. There's this one. I'll leave it like this for now. Maybe we can use some water landscaping to make it look a bit darker and murkier than it is. So we'll leave that because I think it'd be cooler if it was ominous. So let's figure out the windows for the watershed. If there is any, I might just do a door. Maybe I'll have a window or something, but I think it should mainly be open. Or I'm kind of intrigued by these sliding doors, but I almost want the version without the glass. Oh, this one could work from Snowy Escape maybe. Or we just do a little archway. That one blends pretty well actually. This is meant to be like a stable door, so maybe not this one. This one from Island Living could possibly work. I do like the slatted detailing. And there's the single door from Snowy Escape. I just don't know if I love how wide it gets on the diagonal, because certain things like doors and windows will sometimes expand to fit the width of a diagonal wall. And sometimes I like it, but sometimes I don't. And I think this might be one of those instances where I don't like it. Because I kind of wanted to have a bit of a side portion so I could do a little lamp, and this kind of takes up the whole wall. But I do really like the slat detailing. It feels very fitting for a watershed, so I guess I'm gonna roll with it. And then for now, I was thinking of just using these open windows from Jungle Adventure. Those ones, or I could do the werewolves one, but I'm not sure. Well, I was gonna say I'm not sure they blend as well, but they actually do blend okay. I might prefer these because they look a bit more rustic, which is fun. I'm debating if I do one on each side or if I kind of fill the whole wall, but I think I'll just do one. And then we'll have the door there. Alright, I think that leaves us with all of the basic shells done. I guess the last sort of structure we need to finish would be this fire pit, but I almost want to start detailing each build because I'm eager to get to the landscaping. But I know if I do the landscaping, I'm gonna cover a lot of the stuff that I detail, unless it's better to do the landscaping because then I can detail the parts that are visible. I have decided that we will in fact do the landscaping now because I really want to do it because I think it's going to make this build really come to life. So what I'm going to do is filter by packs because I want to make sure I get some of the trees from Get Together to ensure that the surrounding area kind of blends in with the landscaping I'm going to put here. So you can see that these trees are the same, so I'll use this pine tree at some point. It'd probably be a good thing to include this tree as well, since that's mainly what's surrounding this. There's also these smaller trees. I'm not really seeing them in this catalog though. Oh, we have this one here. This one's classified as a shrub, I guess. We can bring that out. I'm going to make this little corner of all the, actually maybe I'll put it on this side, the entranceway, of all the landscaping that I want to use to keep it consistent because it is a really big lot. And then I will just copy from each little section. Now the other pack that I want to use trees from is going to be werewolves because I think they have probably the prettiest trees in game. The textures on them are so nice. Also, I've switched the lighting back to the evening light for now. I may end up switching it as we go on. But let's take a look at the gorgeous pine trees that come with this pack. Again, this is all debug stuff. So I have a mod in my game that basically sorts debug for me and also makes it so that I can eyedropper tool the debug items and actually get like a replica. Whereas if you're not using that and you're doing debug, you can't eyedrop things, which is kind of annoying because then you have to go through and scroll down the whole thing and it's just a whole ordeal. I always have, it's the Better Build and Buy mod that I'm using that sorts debug for you. I will link it down below. It's always linked in my videos because I use it constantly. Like it's never not in my game unless like the version that I'm using needs an update or something. But these are all the gorgeous pine trees that we have with the game. I'm just trying to figure out which ones I want to use. I think I like these four. There's also these smaller ones, which reminds me that there is a nice cluster of pine trees from, I believe, Cottage Living. And those ones are nice because if you place them off of the lot, like they'll stay because basically one of them will be on the lot still. I'll show you rather than explaining it. So essentially we have these three here, but you can essentially drag them as far as you want off the lot as long as it's green, and it to my knowledge should show up when you download it from the gallery. But then these two trees will be off the lot, so that's kind of a nice way to, I guess, transition the outside portion of the lot with the inner portion, if that makes sense. I'm not sure I'm explaining that the best, but hopefully my visuals are helping you. So yeah, there's those clusters, which I'm gonna keep. I'll just honestly tuck them in this corner for now. I wonder if I maybe even sized them up. Now I have to keep in mind that this lot is probably best rotated, so technically if I rotated it this way, I think this tree would be over here, which would kind of block the path, but I don't know. That's more just a placeholder so that I know I could use those trees, so maybe I'll put them there instead. I'm gonna put all my pine trees over here, and then we'll just copy and paste from each of them. I'm gonna start with the trees and then work my way down to like the bushes and the flowers, but I think the trees surrounding this area are gonna be a big help to make it feel like that true summer camp. So I'm gonna put that giant one back there, maybe along with the get together one. And then in between that, I'd like a shorter tree so it's not three of the same height. So I could maybe use this one. Though I wonder if it's a bit too small. I might use this instead because it's got pine needles going all the way down the tree, so it kind of fills in that bottom bit. Whereas this would be good to go in front of a cluster of trees because those leaves would go behind where the trunk is empty, if you follow. So I'm going to try and do a little bit of that. I might just do one portion on video and then cut the rest out, or maybe just speed it up so it's a little less repetitive. But I also know that when I'm watching Sims build videos, I really like watching people landscape, and I always get sad when they cut it out. So maybe I won't, because I'm sure there's some of you who would probably like to see the landscaping start to finish without cuts, and this is a long play after all, so it's meant to be a long video. And I believe I mentioned this earlier, but this will be a two-part video, at least as of now, because I want to dedicate as much time as I want to the outside and to the inside. And I think if I include both all the interior decorating and all the exterior decorating, it would probably be an 8 to 10 hour video, and my computer simply cannot handle exporting that, especially with the way it's been recently. My new one might be able to handle that, but I wouldn't bet money on it. Okay, I'm trying to make sure this area feels nice and condensed. We'll view it in other light as well. Okay, and I do want to put a couple of these dead trees as well to help it feel a little bit more spooky. So I'll probably just rotate that one and put it back there. I'm trying to think if there's other trees that I wanted to include. Oh, I do like this one from Get to Work, or not Get to Work, sorry, Get Together as well. I want to have a tree in the center here because I'm thinking I'm going to put a couple of destination signposts around here as though it's directing you like which path leads where. This tree might be too tall because it's kind of covering that building there, but I'm just going to leave it there as a reminder that I would like to have a tree in the center there. Oh, I did want to use some of these vampires trees as well. Why was that so complicated to say? I'm not sure. I pluralized the wrong words in that sentence. Forgive me. But I really like this vampires one. It's a lot more on the yellow side, so it looks slightly more dead, or like it's more folly. That's not autumnal, would probably be a better word than folly. But I think I enjoy that there. Even though this is a summer camp, it's nice to have some of those warmer tones, especially since we have these orangey or brown bushes around. Kind of helps unify everything. I'll put it over there. I might shrink this tree down and put it behind this building here. It has a really tall tree trunk with the leaves only sitting at the top, so I want there to be a bit more foliage in this middle section here, so I'll have to find some shorter trees for that. Oh, this small tree could maybe work in the center there. There's also these birch trees, which I think would be very nice to add, and they could definitely help add that foliage down at the bottom that I'm looking for. I'm going to copy some of these pine trees. I'd love to put some pine trees here, but essentially sometimes the way that I like to work is I like to pick a specific angle that's going to be my screenshot and then have everything work from there. I want it to work from other angles as well, but I'm primarily concerned with this angle, which is why I would say the trees in the center are a little bit too tall, and why I'm also hesitant to add a pine tree right here, because then you can't see half of the build. So it's definitely gonna have to be smaller trees in this area. I could maybe get away with putting it off to the side there, because that could still work. But I don't think anything too tall in this center is gonna be what I want. I could maybe put a tree more like this, but see, even that really cuts off the build, so I have to be very selective. Kind of makes me wonder if maybe I put a building here instead, or I just do all low-lying bushes. Yeah, because if I put a building, it's gonna be the same thing as a tree where it just cuts off the cabin view, and I would say the cabins are probably the biggest focus of this build. I'm gonna put these pine trees off in the back here, and maybe over by this pond. Like that a little bit. Maybe I will also put them on this side here. Maybe I will shrink this pine tree down. I guess I want the tallest ones to be on the outer edges of the lot, and then the smaller ones can be on the inside. I'd size that up, but if I make it that large, it's going to take up the whole interior of this, so we're going to leave it as a small version. There's also these pine trees, which don't have as much detail on the bottom, but that's okay when it's closer to the buildings because I wouldn't want that clipping with the cabins anyways. But one of the ones I'm looking at has like these really tall pine trees that like basically you would walk through and you can't see much of the pine needles on the lower half, so that can actually work well. Might even put it over here. I think that's really pretty. It looks very forested, which is exactly what I want. I might put this taller one maybe over here at the entranceway. I gotta make sure the bus will still fit though. If I do it like that. And where could this one go? I do want more of this one because this is a really pretty tree. Maybe if I shrink it down, I could tuck it back here to get more foliage there. And then maybe I'll do the same thing with like this pine tree to also make it a bit denser. I think we could use a smaller version of this tree from Vampires over here. Okay. I might put rocks behind here to blend these tree stumps, but I'm not entirely sure. Or I might do shrubs instead. Like I could do something like this, or like these big ones, and then sink them into the ground so it kind of covers this edge. But we will, well, I'll leave the bushes here actually just as a reminder, and then I'll come back and deal with it after. That part I might cut out because it's going to be a lot of the tool mod and like finicky business, which might be a little bit boring. Maybe I can make this a really large pine tree and put it over there. I could maybe bring more of these cottage living ones. I'm basically using only pine trees, which maybe I should add a little bit of variation, but I just love the look of a pine tree. So I could even put just like a stump somewhere. That's a really big stump though. Like I'm wondering if maybe I include some of these cottage living trees as well. Or if those are not really the vibe. I don't know, I think I like the all pine trees because I'm using enough variations of them that I don't think it's too boring. So I'm just gonna roll with it. I want more of this tree. And I think maybe like one of these in the back. Or should it be in, might actually go in the front over here. Because it doesn't have the leaves down here to kind of cut off your Sims, so we'll put it there. We'll shift that over. This is such a gorgeous view. Oh my goodness. What I would give. Okay, I don't want them to feel too much like they're all just in a line outlining the lot. So I'm gonna try and add some more variation, but I don't want to cut anything off. I might put a tree right there. That's tall enough where it wouldn't clip into your Sims. So that could be okay. Maybe I could put the same tree over here. I do want to make sure it's not clipping into these cabins though. It feels really small if I put it there as its normal size. I could put it there. And then maybe I'll do another one of these trees just in the back here. Okay. That's pretty cute if you were to ask me. I really like that. I think once we add in like the bushes and stuff, it'll feel a bit less linear, but I do need to encase this little pond area with a bunch more trees. So let's grab another vampires one. We'll put that there. We can take another one of these. This one might even go almost in the water. Oh, I should also use more of these birch trees because I really only put that in one spot. I could maybe... What if I put the birch tree here and then took one of these get-together ones and tucked it in there? That makes it a bit denser, which I like. This tree is also nice because it comes with various swatches if you wanted to make it feel more autumnal. But I might just go with this one here. It's a nice in-between of like the green and this version, so we'll go with that. And I haven't really used this flowery tree anywhere, but I think I would like to. Perhaps on the edge here could be pretty by the pond slash lake. I mean, it's definitely a pond, but we're pretending it's a lake, so don't forget it. What else could we add in here? There is this cool looking tree from Get Together, but I think it's going to feel a little bit out of place because I haven't really used it anywhere else. Oh, there's these base game birch trees. Well, this is a Get Together version, but there is a base game one somewhere. I just have to find it. That's a cute tree. I like that one as well. Where's the base game version of this birch tree? I swear it exists. Okay, I guess we'll use the Get Together one. We're using a lot of Get Together anyways. I'm gonna try not to add too many other tree variations because I don't want it to get messy or overwhelming. I can put a little birch tree there. All right. Let's put maybe this small flowering one there. I don't really want to cover this house at the entrance though, because I do like it. I'd rather it be visible and it just be smaller bushes up front here. For that same reason, I might actually push this pine tree over to the side so that we can see more of the building here. And again, we'll just put shrubs down there. But I do think we could put a couple more trees here. Definitely smaller ones though. Perhaps a small version of this Get Together one. Because I do want it to feel a bit sectioned from the entranceway. Oh, there's also this nice version of a vampire's tree that has almost all the leaves falling off of it, or a good portion at least, but it might be a bit too autumnal for the vibe I am going for. There's this gorgeous oak tree from Get Together, or nope, sorry, City Living. This one's from City Living. It's really nice. I might actually keep it. I know I haven't really used an oak tree anywhere else, nor is there any quite on this island. It's pretty much pine trees and whatever this one is, but I think it looks kind of nice. It almost looks like it looks like a very important tree because I haven't used this anywhere else, which I can't decide if I like or not. Because maybe the evil is coming from this tree? I don't know. I'll keep it there for now, but it's definitely subject to change. There's this smaller little tree from Island Living with pink flowers. That's really cute. But I don't think the pink flowers are gonna match what I'm going for. There's this other flowering tree from Cats and Dogs. Maybe I could find it a home, but again, I think now I'm branching into using too many different trees. I'm gonna try bringing in this shrub from Get Together. I need better trees to help blend this oak tree, but I don't have much space on the edge of the lot here, so using a cluster like that isn't quite gonna work. I could maybe put this one there. Maybe even the birch tree. And maybe if I size this down, do this. Yeah, I can put the birch tree there. Okay, shrub, birch tree. I want to put another one of these trees somewhere. Perhaps there. Yeah, I really need to fill in this section though. Sorry, I am thinking and I forgot that I should probably speak my thoughts since this is a long play. But I'm just debating how much trees I want to put along here, because I wonder if it would be a little bit nice to just have that view of the water. Even though I did say that you should probably rotate this lot so that the entrance is at this point, or I guess it would be this point instead. Well, actually you could have it over here. I'm gonna do something risky. Let me save my game and then we're gonna try rotating the lot to see what it would look like if it wasn't set up so it got the evening light. So let me go move lot. I'm gonna try 2 rotations because the entrance is here. See how that looks. Let's get rid of that. Oh, it's actually really cute. Excuse me, I don't know why my voice went all hoarse there, but it's really cute rotated as well. I really like the entrance coming up from this side here. I think that's so pretty. The morning light's really nice. Then there's the afternoon light. I could switch to building with the afternoon light if I keep it rotated like this, but I might prefer doing the evening light for now. But it's good to know that it at least looks cute if you have it rotated the way I think it should be. And then you still have a really nice view from the campfire that just looks over the water, so that's quite nice. And I do like the pond here. The oak tree sits better when it's rotated this way, like it blends into the forest a lot better, so that's nice. And yeah. Okay, but I think I will keep it rotated the other way for now, just because I kind of want to keep building in evening light, which is very unlike me. I feel like I'm always building in the afternoon light, but the evening light just looks so pretty on this lot, so I'm gonna stick with this for now. But the way I just had it is how I would envision it being placed on this lot. And if that's the case, I don't really think I need to add trees here. I'll probably just put bushes because it'll blend in with this area here. So I think that's probably pretty good for tree placement. I might put one small birch tree by the watershed here. Maybe one other smaller tree here. Maybe this birch one. And then the rest can just be filled in with bushes and shrubs. Maybe I'll put one other small tree back here. Maybe this one? Might put it closer to that side though, because I do still need to add the little, I guess I'll call it like a pergola to kind of cover this deck here. Unless I don't put a cover and I just have it be a little deck situation. I will think on that, but I would go ahead and say that that's good for trees, so we can make our way onto the bushes now. Perhaps I will pick out a selection of bushes and then do the same thing I did with the trees and just copy paste them. I'll store them over here with our trusty school bus. I really love this base game bush. You can find this bush in a lot of the different packs because often these landscape items, these debug / live edit ones, are found in other parts of different worlds, but just come with different variations, like color variations. Like this cats and dogs one has a different variation. Well, it actually has 3. I quite like both of these, so I'm gonna keep that. Oh, I like these purple flowers from vampires. There's also this bush from Get Together, which we can see in the surrounding landscape, so that might be really good. We'll have these 3 bushes as like the tall bushes at least, and then we can bring in some smaller low-lying landscaping, which I tend to like to use the stuff, well, there's this one from Cottage Living I really like, or the Horse Ranch ones, these here. It's those base game, they're called low-lying pale yellow flowers. That's a base game object, but the base game object is a lot more vibrant and has flowers, but these Horse Ranch ones come without the flowers or with the flowers. It's really your choice, but I prefer the color scheme of the Horse Ranch ones. I guess we could go for purple flowers. I do think that would match the vibe of this, but I also wouldn't mind red flowers, but I'm not sure I like those together. Maybe I'll do purple and yellow. Or just straight up purple. But the yellow could be nice to blend some of the lighter ones. So maybe we'll do this. And then we'll also keep the no flower version as well. And I also enjoy using these bits of grass. You can find these in a lot of different packs. But the one I just pulled out is from Horse Ranch. There's also a more dead brown version, which is nice. That bush is too manicured for my liking. I am liking this hedge as, I guess, a form of more manicured landscaping, if I'm gonna have that anywhere. But it might be nice to just have a more contained shape if I'm trying to go around a building or something. Maybe I could bring in some of these hydrangeas. I might go with only purple and blue plants to keep the cool color scheme that I have going on. There's this bush from Cats and Dogs, which maybe I'll use somewhere, but I think it looks too polished, so probably not. I'm gonna go into the flowers section because sometimes it has better options. Ooh, I like this grass from vampires. I'll keep that. I also like this ground ivy from Cats and Dogs, but again, you can find it in a lot of the other packs. I don't think we need any cacti. Oh, this bush from Snowy Escape is a nice medium-ish size. Keep that as well. There's these purple flowers from Cottage Living. Oh, I do really like the black-eyed Susans though. That might be my one exception of the flower. This is probably my favorite flower bush in the whole game, and it's in the debug / live edit section for Cottage Living. Sorry, don't know why that took me so long to get out. There's also this nice grass from High School Years that we could probably use in some sections. And then these grassy bits from Horse Ranch. This is just nice to add some subtle texture to the flooring of your lot, I guess. I'm just gonna scatter a little bit of this around just as kind of my base layer. But it might not work in every section since I do have terrain manipulation happening. But it's just like a nice way to add some immediate ground cover. So I'll put it in some of those areas. Maybe it could even go back here by this shed. It is hovering a little bit though, so maybe I'll put it like there instead. Okay, so now that I kind of have my selection of plants figured out, I probably should have done it closer to where I'm going to start building. I guess let's start landscaping this section here since we're close to the plants. I could either eye drop them right away or drag them over and then eye drop later when I move on to a different section. I think I'll probably do that. I'm going to pick a darker bush for this back area since it's kind of receding into the shadows, so it makes sense. And just to get a good amount of ground cover right away, I think I'll try these cottage living bushes. I'm going to play around with the sizing of all of this, so if you see me sizing things up or sizing things down, I'm using the bracket keys to help me do that. I'm going to tuck this bush into here. I think it'd be nice to have some of the flowery bushes in this section. I also think I don't typically use rocks for landscaping, but for these parts where there's sections that are a little bit raised, I think it might make sense. So I'm actually going to try to get some rocks from Debug. I'll probably use the get together ones just so it matches the surrounding areas. But like if we took this type of rock and maybe shrunk it down, and then I can lower it into the ground as well so it's a bit more seamless, I suppose. Also, I'm not sure why, but doing this just gave me some crazy deja vu. But I literally have no clue why, because it's not like I've done this build before. Like something like this, and then if we take more of the ground cover, or like some more low-lying bushes, it might flow a bit better. Though that is still hovering quite a lot. I think I put the rocks too close to this edge here, or maybe I shrank them too much. Like, if I did it more like this. Like if I did something like that and then took the shrubs, then it kind of helps transition the things that are on different layers. So I'll try that and we'll see how it goes. I guess my other option would just be to adjust the terrain itself so that the things aren't hovering. Like that. And then things should sit a little bit better. Not perfectly, but better. Oops. This one really does not want to sit on the ground. Why is that? Okay, that's better. Don't know why it was being so glitchy. Can do it like that. And then I'll also put terrain paint under where the plants are. I just don't want to confuse myself with the path that I already have laid out. So I'll do that at the end. And I'm gonna incorporate some of the purple flowers where I can. It's really just sporadic placement. I don't really have a method to the madness. I just kind of fill it in as I see fit. And I put I guess my basic sort of plan is I put the larger plants in the back and then work my way to the smaller ones, because that way you can see everything the best. But aside from that, there really is no rhyme or reason to what I do. It's just gut instinct. And I have to make sure it looks good from the other side as well. Even though this part your Sims couldn't really walk on, but if they wanted to come in here and swim, if any of you are screenshot players, I want to make sure that you can have nice angles from all sides of the build. But before I consider this side, I'll probably do this rock situation going all the way around the pond, so then that way it again makes it a bit more of a seamless transition. Something like that. But I will do that landscaping after. I have to stay focused and focus on this little section up here. Put another little flower bush over here. I think it might be cute to have some smaller rocks going along the path as well. Those are just base game ones, which are really cute, but I can maybe find ones more in the color scheme of the get together ones. If I just scroll through debug, or maybe even these cats and dogs ones. These vampire ones are pretty nice too, actually. Ooh, I kind of like it like that. And maybe we have a couple of the pebbles poking out. Just so I don't forget which ones I used, I'm gonna eyedropper some of these. I think that's cute. I should probably use rocks in my landscaping more often, but I really like to just go ham with the bushes. But I guess there's no harm in trying something new. This is some nicely textured grass from Businesses and Hobbies. Oh, I did want to put in some of the vampires grass here. And this one too. This is a nice transition grass because it kind of goes from dense to less dense. I guess that's the other way I'm doing it, because I think the less dense objects would be around the edge of a path where people might step on them a couple times, and then, you know, they get less dense. So maybe there really is a method to the madness and I just wasn't aware of it. Yeah, but I need to fill in this little section here, but I don't want it to get too repetitive. I might just do more of this ground ivy, and then perhaps a lighter bush at the front, but sized down a little bit. Oh, that's just straight up floating. It's minus 0.5 maybe. And then I'll click it over. I'm holding Alt and clicking to get a more precise placement for this bush, and I'm doing that with the tool mod, in case you're wondering, because you can't do that with just basic Sims. You need the mod. So I'll do it like that. What else could I put in this section? I might do another one of these bushes. It's maybe a little bit big for the area, but I don't actually mind it. I'm gonna bring in some of this high school years grass to fill in this part a little bit. And then perhaps some rocks on this edge here. And I'd also like a rock in there. I need just a singular rock. I could use the ones you have to pay for if they're the right tone. They are actually, they're not too bad. And then I'll just tuck those in there. And voila, we have our first section landscaped. Now I just need to do that to the rest of these areas, which I will probably keep the footage in, but whether I talk through it or not, I am undecided. I might speed it up and then talk through it, just so it's not like there's a portion of the video where there's just zero talking, because I feel like that might get boring. Also, this path does not line up with the stairs at all, so I think I need to adjust that a little bit. So I'm gonna fix up this terrain path and then I will come right back. Okay, so I messed around with the terrain paint a little bit more so that things are kind of in their correct position because it wasn't necessarily lined up with stuff. I also raised up this portion of the landscaping, and then we kind of have a little bit of an overlook. And I thought about putting a car right here because maybe this is like the owner's car to come up from wherever they live, but the bus is for the campers. So I thought that could be kind of nice, but then I'd imagine when they're trying to escape, like of course this car wouldn't work, like maybe it's out of gas or something. So it's there, but it won't help anyone get out of the spooky situation that is this camp. And I've also put some gravel around the front entrance because that's how I remember my camp being, and then as it gets deeper in, it just kind of becomes dirt paths. So I'm using this terrain paint, but then in combination with that, for a little bit of extra texture, I'm using this one, which you can see right there. It's just like a bit of a rock texture, but I'm not putting it too densely, just a little bit, so it's not only the pine needles. And then I messed around a little bit with this campfire situation. I'm not sold on it. I might switch it to be actual chairs and then instead of this little platform thing, but I put some wood paint on it just to see how it might actually look if it was more complete, I guess, right now. And so that's kind of that situation. And I think that's about all I did off camera. I added a little bit of this terrain paint to the edge of the pond as well to help transition it. But yeah, I'm gonna start doing the landscaping for the rest of this. Oh, I did select some more flowers that I might want to include. These little ones, these are just base game little wildflowers, and then there's also these mushrooms from cottage living that I've decided I will want to use in a couple of different areas. So I think I'm gonna mess around with landscaping in front of this main house right now, because I guess I'll just work from one corner all the way to the end. I was really thinking it'd be cool to have this part be a little stop motion sequence, but I don't really know how people do that, and I just want to build right now. I don't really want to go into research mode to figure out how one might accomplish a stop motion build like that. If any of you do stop motion builds like that though, do you want to comment down below? I know I could Google search it, but I'm a little bit lazy. But I'm saying that right now, but I might have actually researched it by the time this goes up. But I think it's so satisfying when people do those landscaping things where they're just, the camera's in a set position and then you just see all the landscaping get filled in. But I'm pretty sure you need a different or a specific type of recording software for that, which I do not have. Or at least I don't think I have. So I'm just kind of filling this in. I think we could maybe do another bush over here. I just want to make sure that none of those big bushes enter into the actual dining hall. I don't want to have clipping there. Could put some of this bush over here for a bit of height and color. Maybe some more purple over there as well. I'm going to try my best to tuck the landscaping over to this corner so I know that it's not a part of this. The school bus will go here. I'll maybe put another bush over there. Can have some mushrooms. These purple flowers might be a bit too vibrant, but I guess I'll just roll with them for now. Or I might take these out and put the yellow bush there instead. I don't know if I want the two flowers right beside each other. Put more of the ground ivy over here. I want this to have a very lush feel and like it's not very manicured, because I imagine they're more concerned with the upkeep of the buildings rather than the plants, because I mean you're in a forest area, it's going to be overgrown and lush regardless, and I think manicuring the plants would get rid of some of that charm, so we're going to leave it as natural and wild as I feel we need to. I'm gonna put some landscaping under these stairs as well. It's pretty hard to see. I guess I could do it from this angle, This whole section is going to need to be filled in with plants, but it's actually extremely hard to see everything. I'm going to try and use the large bushes over here since it's really covered by these pine trees anyways. You won't really see it, but just for peace of mind, I'll put some ground cover around. And then we can take a bush or two and just kind of put those in the empty spaces. Take the cats and dogs one as well. Also, something I noticed about this tree that I've been using from werewolves, oops, is that it actually has these claw marks on it, which I think is perfect because it's already putting those subtle clues that something else is inhabiting this summer camp that isn't the campers. So I'm very much pleased with that. I am going to add all those little details, like we will get to the lore building soon. I just kind of wanted to get everything assembled and the basic outline, and then we can focus on really making the details pop and tell a story, because I feel like if I do that while I'm trying to do all the basic stuff, I will maybe not put as much thought into it as I could, or give enough time to it even. We'll put some more grass over there. Put the purple flower. And I will landscape a little bit in this section here, and I was thinking of possibly putting a tree here as well. Kind of cuts off the view though. What if I put it there? I kind of wish that I didn't have it laid out so that the first thing you see when you enter is this bathroom cabin, but I guess if we have that tree there, it does kind of work. But I don't think this one's going to work as the front tree here, so we'll leave that out. What we could do instead, actually, would be to take the bush from Get Together and put it here. I think I could shrink it enough where it shouldn't really obscure the build because it's a similar height to here, but it does provide a little bit more privacy for this cabin, which I think is good. I'm not really working in one specific area like I did with this section. I'm kind of just jumping around to wherever I think I want to put some more landscaping, because that's how I want to do it right now. I'll put the purple plant there, and then we can take, I prefer a bush like this. We can put that right there. I wonder if this should go down even more, but then it's about the same height as this. Oops, but I think that's okay. I think I should come down a level for the building so that my camera stops jumping so high. I'm pretty sure there's a command where you can make it so that it stops doing that automatically, but I have completely forgotten what it is. So let's put this lighter bush over here in the corner, and then we'll put the darker one here just so it breaks up this patch of darkness. Also, why am I missing a wall here? When did that happen? We'll just fix that up. Might even be nice to put a yellow flower somewhere over here, maybe. And maybe some of these little wildflowers in this section. And I think another shrub under here for good measure. Okay, that's pretty cute. It's really satisfying seeing the whole thing get filled in. Like I said, I think the landscaping is really what's gonna pull this build all together. And I think even with just the trees, I think it instantly looks better than what I had. So that's very exciting and satisfying. I like using this high school years grass around the edges of my path. So I'm gonna kind of keep that because I like how it kind of fades in its density. I might mess with the terrain a bit here because it is a bit of an awkward angle. Do something like that, and then maybe I can bring these in Maybe I'll do a little bit more of a rock section here as well. I'm gonna delete the ones I had because they were clipping to a weird height and place some new ones. And I like using these rocks to outline a higher level of landscaping, because then if the plant is kind of hovering, you can't really see it because I have the rocks there cutting off your view. So I think that works very nicely. And I've neglected using some of these purple shrubs, so I might throw some back in here. I was thinking this little area could have picnic tables actually, because a very summer camp thing is having picnic tables just everywhere, literally everywhere. Like every single corner should have a picnic table, just because, you know, it's a chair and a table all in one neat little package. And it's common to find them just like outside of the cabins and around the buildings and whatnot, so I might do it like that. And I could maybe even, I was wondering about putting one outside of this cabin, but if there's picnic tables right there, I might not need to. I was wondering if maybe there's like a lawn activity that might be better suited for this area, because I know I'm going more for the vibes than anything, but I do still want there to be activities to do over here. Maybe it'd be nice if there's like a couple of planters over here. Like maybe some of the stuff they make in the kitchen is used with fresh food or something. I don't think I'll put like any chickens or anything. Oh, I should put this log that has the little bunnies. I will put this, perhaps I will put this just tucked away in this corner. And we can also do the one with the birds, and maybe we'll put that. Oh, I'm not sure why that's just happened. I don't know if you guys saw that, but there was a little pop-up requesting or letting me switch which keyboard version I was using. Maybe I'll put the birds right here. Cute. I could also use these smaller planters if the big ones were too much. Oh, maybe it'd be fun if I took a fishing sign, and then to make this part a bit more usable, I could put it here, and then your Sims can fish off the dock in this pond. Even though I am going to put boats along there to look like it's resting on the dock, but the boats are going to be debugged, so you can't use them. Oh, also, there's a bunch of these signs with like the posters and the flyers and everything that I'm going to want to use, so as I see them, I might select them. I like these ones with the hiking trails. It's all the same. Like, these are the kinds of things that I want to put in this little center thing here. This one almost feels like it could go at the front of the build though, because it's like a very large map, so it kind of explains maybe how to get to your cabin or everything. Could even make sense to put it outside the check-in building, so maybe you like go in and sign in, and then you can come check the map to figure out how to get to the place you're trying to go to. Could have some beach towels as well. I'm not sure where to put them though. I honestly might just put them on the dock, because once again, only like the boats won't be functional, so it'd be nice to have some sort of functional activity down here. I might use this dirtier version. And ooh, a water bucket thing could work. Marbles too maybe could work. I'm just trying to put in any activity I can. This is for kids though, and I'm imagining that this camp is for teens, so maybe I won't include that. Well, it could be fun to have fireworks by the campsite. I might even put in one of these bushes that your Sims can like sleep or pee in, just because maybe it'd be nice to have one in between the two bathrooms, just in case your Sims were desperate and the bathrooms are far. It might, I'll put one over here by the campfire, because there is no bathroom on this corner of the lot. So I'll put one there, and I will, I also like these ones from, nope, werewolves. I was gonna say cottage living, but it's werewolves, because they have no flowers, so they kind of blend in a little bit better. It's just hard to put it in this section because it's tall, so it might look a little bit out of place, but I'm sure I can fix that. Just put those options there. Oh, it'd be cute to have some picnic baskets on there. I know I've gotten completely sidetracked from doing the landscaping, but I just thought about all the little activities I would need to add. Oh, here's a community board from Horse Ranch. Can maybe put that in the center there. Ooh, and there's even this cooler. What can you do with this? Does this basically just act as some sort of fridge? Because maybe I could put that there. What other things work? I like this random bike thing. That's kind of ominous. Just a random bike part somewhere. Maybe it could act as a weapon of sorts. Should there be a beehive? It would act as another activity. But does it make the most sense for camping? Or I said camping because I saw a tent, but I meant summer camp. I wouldn't really consider this camping. This is going to camp, but I wouldn't say it's camping per se. Ooh, a telescope might be fun. We could also put that on the dock. Also, I put a ladder here, and I believe it's functional for your Sims to get in and out of the water. Like, I don't think this is too small of a space, but it might not be. So if you're finding your Sims can't use the ladder, maybe try moving it to the end over here. Did I put one all the way down in the bottom of this pond, or is that like a glitched reflection? I think it's a glitched reflection. That's really weird. It should not, you shouldn't be able to see that. Anyways. What other things? Oh yeah, there is like a slip and slide. That's massive though, so that's not gonna go in there. We could put a swing set. Kind of random, but maybe kind of fun. Maybe I'll put a swing set there instead of the picnic table just to mix it up. Oh, what if I put a basketball court somewhere? I want to have more activities for your Sims. I'm just not sure where to put them. Maybe the basketball could go off of this cabin. And maybe I just move some of the landscaping. Maybe this whole section is a mix of like activities and landscaping. So maybe we'll try it like that. I'll fix the terrain paint. I just want to make sure I get through this menu first to see if I'm gonna miss any activity. I also want to use this swing set instead of this one. I'm just gonna use this brown version. I'm also running out of money, so I'm gonna need to fix that as well. I could take this little basketball court, and I think there's a version where it's just a line, if I'm remembering correctly, but maybe that's not on this one. Maybe that's a separate thing. Maybe it's a rug, actually. But I thought there was a version where there's just that little white line. But it does not seem like it. I'm gonna pick the more beat up version of this basketball hoop. Sprinklers, planters. I will put the planters over here, I think. At least a couple of them. But they'll be maybe more sporadically placed. It's still a skill item, but it's maybe not most important skill item on the lot. Cooler. And I guess that's kind of good for those outdoor activities. I'm not sure if there's anything else that needs to go in this area. Some sculptures, transportation. What about this? Would it be like really creepy and spooky if we had some hidden graves? It might be really freaky. What if there's one just like tucked into the bushes here? Oh, that's so spooky. Wait, I love it. I'm definitely going to do that a little bit more. We can have one tucked behind here as well. Maybe the camp owners, I mean, I'd wonder if the camp owners are in on like the spooky business that happens here, but maybe they tell people that these are like old trail markers or something, even though they're very clearly graves. But that could be kind of fun. Like if they're just peeking out of the landscaping, that's really spooky. Could also be nice to have like an archway. I mean, change of tone, but could be nice to have an archway that leads into the campfire pit. But I will have to adjust the landscaping or use the tool mod to make it fit or sit in the ground. Let's go minus 0.3, maybe even more. Okay, that has it sitting in the ground now. I might want to make it a bit more centered, but just as a general idea for now. A dance floor could be fun, but like there's a lot of these activities that could be nice to add, but I don't necessarily like the swatches that they come as, I guess, because they don't necessarily match the vibe that I'm going for. Maybe I do this wedding arch from Cottage Living as the entranceway. And then if for whatever reason your Sims wanted to get married here, they could. Though why they want to get married on such an ominous lot, I am unsure. But to each their own. But that would be a really pretty view for your Sims getting married. And then I'm gonna blend it in with landscaping and stuff so that it looks more like an official area that you walk through. I honestly like the variant I have already because it's purple and it's got the right wood tone. I am gonna lower it a bit though so that it sits in the ground. Okay. And then we could put like, I'm just gonna leave that flower there so we know that I want to integrate it. Let me finish checking for the last of these activity items and then we can move along, or I guess go back to the landscaping of everything. Maybe it'd be nice to have a flower arranging table somewhere. Again, just as another skill item, but I'm not sure if it's going to fit anywhere. I think I'm okay if there's less skill items than a normal lot because I do more just want to build this for the vibes and less the playability. And if you guys want to play with it, you can obviously add whatever you would like. But I'm a bit more focused on just the general aesthetic of it rather than how it might function for gameplay and stuff. So I'm gonna go back to doing the landscaping now because I think I got sidetracked long enough. I'll put some of these bushes here. I believe I need some tall grass for that little raised section there. So I'm gonna use this horse ranch one again. I think we could use that to kind of merge the two here. Might also be nice to put it right in there. Oh, it doesn't quite sit how I want it to in that section. Perhaps I will take this. No, that doesn't really fit either. Put some mushrooms. I'll find something that works in there, but it may require me to use the tool mod. Oh, there's another version of this bush that's less of like that overhang. Okay, let me mess with the terrain a bit more because it's actually kind of hard to landscape over here. And if that's gonna be raised like that, I might put more of these rocks. Oops. And then we will put the shrubs and stuff in here to blend it out a little bit better. I do need something taller right there though, so that it hides the hanging part of that. Dare I do another of these rocks and maybe just lower it? I think that works. It's not the best, but I wouldn't say it's the worst. I think that's fine. And then I'll take more this bush, and then I can continue with my landscaping here. I want this part to be sectioned off. Like, I don't want your Sims to be able to walk from here to here. I want this to be its own little pathway. I wanted this darker bush from cats and dogs. I want to put that over here to really section it off. Maybe we'll use the get together one on this side to also section it off. Alright. I'm gonna make this tall grass a little bit more visible. So that's pretty cut off from this outside portion here, which is good. And I could maybe do another one of these orange bush tree things over here, just to unify it with the surrounding area a little bit better. I'll maybe even do that over here too, by the mysterious graves. If this is going to be a little sitting area, I might put some of the pine dirt underneath here. I want it to be darker under this stuff. But I'll do like a general wash of it, I guess. Unless I should do maybe more like grassy dirt with a little bit of grass terrain paint. I might like it like that, adding grass instead of adding dirt. I think that's cute. I do like the darker grass if I am gonna have grass sections. Like, I probably like this whole thing to be the darker grass, and then same with under here. But we can do that as we go along. But this works as a really good transition terrain paint for that. I guess over here I'd want it to be mainly just dirt though. And here, if I was gonna have grass, I could put it like more along here. Something like that, I guess. But I was more thinking these green spots were going to be dirt anyways, so we may come back and mess around with that. And I also think under the swings it'd make more sense for it to just be straight dirt, like where your Sims have kind of ran over it too many times for grass to even grow there. I want this to be a lot more landscaped though. This was just kind of the start of the landscaping over here, so I can't forget that it is supposed to be a lot more lush in this corner. Not all the way to the front, because I am going to have this, like I mentioned, be more of a skill or activity area. I'll take this tall grass as well, kind of put it in there. Did I say I was gonna make this have a rock section? Because I'm thinking it's gonna need one. But maybe I just do these smaller rocks from vampires and I can elevate them into the ground. I'm not sure that works exactly how I was envisioning, so I am gonna have to mess around with the elevation on the grass plants as well. I am gonna move this back since it's hanging over the edge a little bit weird. Oh, this bucket doesn't even sit on the ground. Maybe I can put it over here. And maybe some mushrooms in this area. Also some more flowers, I think, would be nice. Some of these. This grass has to move because it's hanging over the edge. Put some rocks here as well. I might lay out all of the landscaping on this edge here that needs to be put into the ground, and then I will do that as one bulk thing instead of doing it one by one. Might be a bit less painful that way. Okay, let's try this collection of items, and oops, I selected the wrong thing. And then we will see what other things we need to add. So I'm going to try just lowering it all by like 0.5. Okay, that lowers things a little bit too much, so we'll raise it up ever so slightly. Okay, I think... Oh, I thought it was better, but maybe it's not. Shift T. Okay, I think that's how it's gonna need to be. And then the shrubs and stuff are gonna have to sit up here, and I'll find a way to fix the overhangs somehow, but I think I'll probably do that off camera because it's very tedious business that I'm not sure is the most fun thing to watch. Alright, so since that last recording, it has actually been maybe 1 or 2 weeks now, but I came in and I've done some more landscaping, and I did it off camera because a lot of it was the tool mod and just a lot of like finicky business, and then also stuff on this backside where you can't even really see clearly or have like a good shot. Like I was kind of just randomly placing stuff while I was in the middle of a tree, so I'm just gonna give you a little overview of what I've done. And I tried to like polish off some areas like this one here, and I've also finished up the campsite area. We're gonna do a little bit more to this, but I think I want to wait to have some of your guys' suggestions of little more like spooky things we could add to this. But for now, this is kind of what the campfire situation's looking like, and then we have those like creepy graves over here, and then also like the activity bush and like the claw marks. And then I also included this wedding arch, which I think I mentioned, but now I've like blended it into the landscape, so it kind of acts as like a in entranceway to the campfire. And then I've also put some more landscaping over here and over here. And again, I have another sneaky grave over there and some more stuff over here. And I was thinking that we could just polish off these kind of last 3 sections and then we will call it complete for this long play. Obviously not complete for the build because we still have to do the insides, but complete for this video it will be. So we're just it's gonna be like relatively the same stuff I've been doing, but I mean, I know you guys love the long formats, so I'm not here to cut the time of the video, except I mean I did a little bit because I did some of the landscaping off camera, but I just don't think my computer would be able to export as long as a video that's as long as what it would have been if I kept the landscaping from like the back of the building and whatnot, if that makes sense. I feel like that was a very convoluted sentence, but hopefully you're following my train of thought at least a little bit. I can do it like that. This one, I think, like this little center portion, I think could have more flowers because it's really not going to be getting trampled on too much because it's like a center area. It's not really a path walkway. So I think it might be nice to have some more flowers framing this direction board here. I can't remember if that's the board that I wanted to use or if that's just like a placeholder one, but I don't mind it too much, so I think we'll keep it for now, and then if I go through debug or whatnot later, then we can, you know, make adjustments if I think they're needed. But there's really no rhyme or reason to what I'm doing right now. I'm just placing a whole bunch of shrubs and hoping for the best. I'm just using the same collection that I've been using throughout this whole build to keep it kind of consistent and hopefully reduce me using like duplicates of the same plant that are sometimes put in other packs, because this is a lot of landscaping and I don't want it to be like there's one bush from Island Living and one bush from Horse Ranch. Like I want to keep it set to a limited amount of packs so that if you do download this and you don't have those items, you shouldn't lose all the landscaping. You might lose some, but sometimes EA will replace the landscaping for you, or just like any items for that matter. I'm also just trying to find a bush that I'd like to use because I think I want to put something back here for a little bit more height. And then maybe we could also add this one as well. Maybe I'll shrink it one more. Something like that. I think it would also be nice to have rocks around this portion too, because it feels more of like a formal area, I guess. So I'm just going to use these ones that I was using over here, which I think are from vampires, and I'll just go ahead and scatter those around, and then it kind of helps frame this area a bit nicer. I don't know if this is too many rocks though, but we will just go with it. Also maybe bring a purple bush over here. And what other plants and stuff was I using that I haven't really added recently? I haven't really used any of these purple little daisies. Oh, I haven't used this bush in a while, so actually I'll go ahead and put that just off in the corner here. And that works well like that. Maybe we can bring some of these flowers to the back as well. I'll do it like this. And also bring a yellow one back here. Alright, I think that's a pretty cute little center area. I think it'd also be nice to put a lamppost here. I think it'd be nice to have lampposts all around this area, but I just need to figure out where I can find that. And also, if you're noticing that all this stuff has become yellow again, it's because I had to install The Sims again. So all my items are like acting as though they're brand new, even though they're not. Also, by the time this is out, I think the trailer for the I believe it's an expansion pack coming out. I'm not entirely sure, but there's a trailer for, actually I think it is an expansion, but there's a trailer coming out on June 12th, which is tomorrow, the day I'm recording this, and everyone is heavily suspecting it's a fairies pack, which I think it is as well, because there was also this little website that the Sims team put out that was kind of like a follow along sort of thing, and it kind of mentioned some of the traits we might get and things like that, and it was very heavily implying fairies. So I'm very excited. I'm not much of like an occult gameplay person. Also, I'm really struggling to find a lamp. I kind of want to use this one. I'm not much of an occult gameplay person, but I do love the items that have come with occult packs, like werewolves, vampires. Those are some of my favorite packs for build items, and so I'm really excited to kind of see how I feel about this new pack. Yeah, but with fairies, I think that's a bit more, I mean, I guess all occults are kind of fantastical, but I feel like that's maybe more of a, like, I'm trying to formulate my thought. It's been a while since I've done like a long play recording because I took such a hiatus with this build, but basically I think the werewolves and vampire ones, the way they've kind of made those packs, there's like a good amount of versatility to them. Like, it doesn't have to be used specifically for those occults. And I guess my fear with fairies is that it's gonna feel like a very niche set of items, because I imagine they'd maybe go more of like the fantasy route with that, or at least that would kind of be my hope, because I feel like we're significantly lacking in the fantasy item departments. Like, we have Realm of Magic, but aside from that, there's nothing to like, I'm also trying to get this bush, there's nothing too out of this world or like what, do you guys know what I'm trying to say? I don't know if any of this is making sense right now. My brain feels a little bit slow, but what I'm trying to say is that like all the items still look like they fit into everyday life, except for like Realm of Magic. And I kind of want, well, I'm on the fence about if I want them to do that for this new pack or not. Because obviously I do a lot more realistic builds, so it'd be nice to have more realistic items, but also it's like a fairy pack, so I feel like they should just go crazy and, you know, really branch out with the kind of items that they make and whatnot. But that is my thoughts. So like I mentioned, by the time this is posted, the trailer probably will have been up, so let me know your thoughts if you've made it this far. First off, if you've made it this far, I love you, thank you. But yeah, let me know what you guys think or how you feel about this. But I'm keeping my expectations fairly low because I don't know. I mean, I think I'm just kind of taking what everyone else thinks and making that how I feel, because I know everyone's a little bit hesitant about how they're going to do fairies, if they're going to be kind of good enough or whatnot, because people really liked the Sims 3 fairies, I think, or maybe they didn't and that's why they're nervous. Either way, I know there's some hesitation going on. But since I've never played with any Sims 3 expansion packs, I don't really feel qualified to give my input, so I'm just kind of here for the ride and we'll see how it goes. I think that's kind of all the landscaping I need to do though. Like, I think I've completed pretty much everything, so maybe we'll just go ahead and do the tour of the outside at least, and then we will call it quits for this video. Alright, so here is the build complete for the exterior at least. I know I still have to do all the interior decorating and whatnot, but this is what it's looking like. I am so in love with this build. Like, I can't even explain to you how proud of it I am. I think I really like the layout that I did and everything, and all the landscaping is just top notch in my opinion. I just love how lush it is. And also I put a couple of these like bins and suitcases and stuff coming off of the bus to make it look like maybe they're unloading. And yeah, so we'll just do a little walkthrough. I still think there's a couple more like light things I need to add, like the lamp posts and maybe a couple of things on the outside here. And then we have our little pond area, which we're actually pretending is a lake, so don't forget that. And then we've got like the bathrooms and some of the cabins, the little secret grave here, the last cabin. And then look at this view where like the campfire is. Isn't that so gorgeous? OMG. I love this. And then once again, we have the other little graves there. And then I'll show you at the other times of day as well. Yeah, there's definitely still some other details I need to add to these buildings, but I think we can do that in the next part of the video because this video is going to be way too long as is, and I don't want to crash my computer trying to export it. But that is going to be the tour. Alright everyone, that is going to be it for today's long play. I really hope you enjoyed it. Since this is going to be a two-part long play, make sure if you have any suggestions of how we could make this a little bit more creepy, any like objects you think I should put in, skill items, decor items, whatever it is, if you have thoughts, let me know because I'd love to make this a bit of a more interactive build and put your thoughts to action. It can be stuff for the outside or for the inside, totally up to you. And it's not mandatory, but if you have them, feel free to share. But yeah, as always, thank you guys so much for watching. If you have any comments or suggestions or things you want to see me build next, make sure you leave it in the comments down below. And also make sure to give this video a like and subscribe if you want to see some future content. And hopefully I will see you all in my next video. Bye guys!